You maybe seen our you maybe seen our ads about Sevia and hooked on the product. Well, the hook comes from this the makeup of the Sevia, and it's an isopropanol azole. And this Sevia will kind of bend and twist to attach to the pathogen. Next slide, please. And when it bends and kind of attaches to the pathogen, it makes a good contact. It doesn't attach and detach, and that attaching and detaching is what can contribute to resistance. So Sevia does go right to the problem and attaches firmly. So we're looking here at steady and continuous translocation with Sevia. It's the green line, and it doesn't just start and then gone. It's continuous protection in the leaf, in movement within the leaf. Next slide. And then we look at the uptake of the product. We can see here within the first hour, it's up there with 30% intake, and then just keeps climbing after that. So it's immediate and lasting, continuous and consistent protection. Next slide. So just as a recap, fast continuous control, key diseases in apples, grapes, potatoes, and stone fruit. It's preventive and post-infection control. And like I said, it has that unique binding activity. It'll twist and so that it can attach very firmly. And it controls biotypes that may have developed resistance to other group 3, 7, 9, and 11 fungicides. Next slide. So now I thought we'd take a look at Maravon, and Maravon we've had on the market now. This will be our third year, and it's being used on a wide range of crops. Next slide, please, Alana. So Maravon is made up of two actives. Contains Xemium, which you would know as Circatus is the brand, and then also Paraclostrobin is the active, and that would be Cabrio. So two names that you're all very familiar with, I'm sure. And they're great products on their own. We put them together, and Maravon, there's a lot of synergy there with this product. It is very strong. So broader activity across disease life cycles and continuous redistribution, extended residual protection with the Circatus, and with the Paraclostrobin side of things, with the Cabrio side of things, more consistent disease control, maximizes yield and quality potential. And so we've got, and with the Paraclostrobin, we have better nutrient efficiency and also some stress tolerance. It helps with, if the crop is stressed, it helps with that as well. But we'll look at that in a few slides. Okay, next slide, please. So we'll look at Maravon in apples and scab control. The upper right is certainly what we're looking for, not scab on the fruit or on the leaves. Just some pictures that were taken from Michigan State. Work done probably 7-8 years ago. Maravon was in the U.S. probably 5 years before we had it, and researchers down there were very impressed with it. Unfortunately, it took us a few years to get it here, but we have this tool now to work with, so very fortunate there. Next slide, please. So just looking at the disease, at the powdery mildew control with Maravon, and looking at untreated check, and then a couple of competitive products, and then the percent infection. And you can see with Maravon, it is very low. It's a strong powdery mildew product. Next slide. And then on apple scab, it's even stronger on apple scab. Looking at the actually one competitor, and then we looked at our Circatus again, and as I said, Circatus is in Maravon with Paraclostrobin, and Circatus is strong on apple scab. Maravon just a little bit better on both the terminals and on the fruit. Next slide. So as I said earlier, it's two products. It's Piracostrobin, which is the which in Maravon, which would be the Cabral that you know of, and so it's a group 11. It's a strobe, rain fast in minutes, and it inhibits the quinine outside inhibitor enzyme, so it shuts down the energy in the cell and improves plant health, growth efficiencies, and stress tolerance, as I mentioned earlier. And then with Xemium, or the cicadas side of the active or of the Maravon, it's a highly systemic group 7, rain fast and consistent continuous control, even under adverse conditions. So group 11 and a group 7 together, and they work very well. We've seen great results with Maravon. Next slide, please. So just looking at the label, or at some features here with Maravon on various crops, and on plum fruit, apple scab, pear scab, powdery mildew, and summer diseases as well. And 300 to 400 mils per hectare, 4 apps per year, no more than 2 back to back. And then the pre-harvest intervals and the re-entry. And then a couple of general comments here at the bottom. Start applications prior to disease development. You can continue on a 7 to 14 day schedule. And do not use Maravon with crop oil concentrates or MSO, methylated seed oil adjuvants. And for pears, do not use Maravon with horticultural mineral oils. Crop response to foliage and fruit can occur. And there's 4 1.62 liter jugs in a case of Maravon. Next slide, please, Elena. So just looking at the season here and where our products fit on apples, look at tight cluster, Maravon, Circadus, and Sevia could be going on for powdery mildew and scab. And then later on in the season, summer disease, late summer, prior to harvest, Maravon and Sevia can be going on again to control summer diseases. And as I mentioned earlier, with Sevia now having the summer diseases added to the label, it does give us another tool later in the season, and it's a group 3. And whereas we have been using group 7s, group 11s a fair bit. So it's another opportunity to rotate some chemistries. Next slide, please. So that's on next slide. That just winds up the apple part of Maravon. So just looking at Maravon on other crops, as you can see, there's a wide range of crops that Maravon is registered on, and the crops here with the diseases that are controlled or suppressed. So we've seen Maravon on plum fruit. A lot of Maravon in low bush blueberries, some on stone fruit, a fair bit in strawberries and grapes. So it is getting widely used, and also on bulb vegetables, on onions. It is getting widely used on a lot of crops. Next slide. So this is just a slide here I thought I'd put in just to show Maravon on stone fruit. And stone fruit seem to be, a good product. Peaches especially, they're perishable, and they're a good product to show these results on. And in this particular one, there's a pre-harvest spray for control of brown rot, 2 applications, and then they were stored out 70 degrees at room temperature for 6 days. And pristine, well, there's the untreated there on the left, not surprising. Pristine is one of our products as well, and it's kind of a test against our own here. But Pristine's been on the market now for a number of years, and it's been the backbone of a lot of fungicide programs. And as you can see here, it's done a fairly good job. But just comparing Maravon, it's even better. So that fruit is all still in good shape. So just we've got to keep things, make things better. And Pristine was doing a lot of heavy lifting in fungicide programs and a lot of crops, and now Maravon has taken that over. So just kind of I thought I'd show this just to show a side by side there. Still, Pristine's still a good product. I still see a fit for it in crops, but Maravon is the new kid in town, and seems to be taken over some of the duties. Next slide, please. And this looking at Maribon on stone fruit and cherry leaf spot control. This is a trial done in Michigan State, untreated check, and then competitive product, and then Maribon. And we can see the percent infection here is 28.6%, which is lower than the other two. And then defoliation, if we look at the untreated check, with leaf spot defoliation was almost 50%, and with Maribon it's down to 5%. And that would probably be a fairly significant, it's a significant decrease, and there's probably a lot of pressure there where this trial was. Next slide, please. So Maribon use in blueberries, excuse me. As I said, there's been a fair bit of Maribon go on in blueberries the last couple of years in both high bush and low bush blueberries. So the diseases control would be septoria leaf spot, botrytis, and anthracnose and phomopsis. Looking at use rates, variable use rates, most would be going on at 600 to 800 mils per hectare. And applications per season would be 3, no more than 2 back to back. And then the pre-harvest intervals for both high bush and low bush blueberries, and then the re-entry intervals. And again, start prior to disease development and use on a 7-14 day interval. And then the case sizes, as I said earlier, was 4 jugs, 1.62 liter jugs in a case. Next slide, please. And just look, this was some trial work done on high bush blueberries back in 2015, looking at yield. And then this was done in BC, and in this trial there was no monolinea, no mummyberry, or there was insignificant botrytis pressure as well. So looking at yields of yields per kgs per hectare in the untreated check, it was around 4,000 kgs. Topaz, that treatment just a little better, and then Circadus, 10% more, and then Maribon was, a significant increase. So just and that has, growers here with blueberries have seen similar results. Next slide, please. Just looking at leaf spot control in low bush blueberries, this was work done by Dr. Percival back in 2015. Just looking at untreated check, and then competitive product, and then Pristine and Maribon. And as I said earlier, Pristine has been doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and it's been a backbone, one of the backbone fungicides of low bush blueberries. And now Maribon is stepping in there, and it's a better product. It's doing a great job. Next slide, please. So I also mentioned Maribon use on strawberries, and this is increasing every year. So controls anthracnose, suppression on gray mold, and then powder mildew control. And the use rate would be in that 600 to 800 mil per hectare rate, and 3 applications a season. Again, no more than 2 back to back. And then the pre-harvest intervals and the re-entry interval. And then on this one, start applications prior to disease development, no later than 10% bloom. So get it on early, and in the case sizes for 1.62 liter jugs. Next slide, please. On bulb vegetables, we've seen Maribon on onions, and results growers I've talked to very happy with the results they've seen. So purple blotch and leaf blight and stem phyllium, and so the use rates would be in that 400 600 mil per hectare rate. Probably most are staying to that 600 mil per hectare rate, and 3 apps per season. Pre-harvest interval 7 days and re-entry 12 hours. Next slide, please. So on root vegetables, seeing some Maribon use here as well for alternaria, leaf spot, or blight, and powder mildew and Cercospora. Use rate is 300 to 400 mils per hectare, because the Cosper used the high rate, and three applications a year again. No more than 2 back-to-back. Pre-harvest of 7 days and re-entry interval of 12 hours. Next slide, please. So leafy veg, so on celery or lettuce or spinach, and Maribon is one of the products being used on these crops in this area. And so for powdery mildew and then sclerotinia leaf drop, it's suppression. So 300 to 400 mils per hectare again. And again, same applications, 3, no more than 2 back-to-back, and then the pre-harvest intervals and the re-entry intervals. And then the general, just want to make a comment here that, start at the same time as other crops, but with on spinach or lettuce or celery, don't tank mix Maribon with any other products. Just Maribon on its own, and with when applied to spinach. Just we don't want to have any phyto issues or any adverse effects to the crop. Next slide, please. And on cucurbits, so cucumbers and squash, pumpkins, melons. There's the diseases that are controlled there. And again, 300 to 400 mils per hectare. And with this one, a little bit of change. You can put a maximum of 3 per season, but no more than 1, and then rotate to another chemistry. And pre-harvest intervals, the re-entry intervals. And again, the general comment here, and it's the same as with the spinach. Don't tank mix Maribon when applying on cucurbits. Just Maribon on the crop on its own. Next slide, please. So just as a recap, looking at Maribon, and as I said, it's Xemium, which brand name is Circadus, and Paraclostrobin, which would be Cabrio. So those 2 products together make up Maribon. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned Pristine here a couple times, and don't like doing a presentation without mentioning Pristine. I guess it's old habits, but just thought I'd mention Pristine here and just make a few comments on it. Next slide, please, Lana. So it is, it's got 2 modes of action as well. It's Paraclostrobin, as we saw in Maribon, and it's got Bosclid in it as well. So two great products, or 2 great actives, and that's what makes up Pristine. Next slide, please. So Pristine on berries, and we've seen Pristine on berry crops for years, and there's the diseases controlled, and the rate's 1.3 to 1.6 kgs per hectare, and 1 day re-entry, and pre-harvest is 0 days, but 1 day for strawberries. Next slide. So it's, as I said, Bosclid and Paraclostrobin, and re-entries and pre-harvest we just talked about. It is a dry granule product, and the packaging is there's 4 2.83 kg jugs per case. Typo there, didn't get changed. Next slide, please. So with, we talked about how Paraclostrobin, which is in Pristine and in Maribon, how that can decrease stresses that the crop may be going through. So under stress, plants naturally give off the hormone ethylene, and ethylene signals the plant to set C early so that it can survive into the next year. So with the Paraclostrobin, it shows that Paraclostrobin, whether it's Pristine or Maribon, those treated plants produce more nitrous oxide, and which inhibits the ethylene production. So it guards against the senescence or the early maturing of the crop. And this results in plants that can reach their full genetic maturity, leading to increased yield potential. And if we look on this leaf, you got photosynthesis, energy, and which contributes to the yield. So and that wrench there has stress on it. So we don't want to wrench in the gear. So, we, like I said earlier, with Practistrobin or with Maravon and Pristine in your fungicide rotation, you're getting great disease control and nutrient efficiency, and you're also getting this stress tolerance, which helps your crops through periods of cool weather or heat or even drought. So this will help maintain the momentum in the crop. Next slide, please. So just looking at this was a greenhouse test done a few years ago, 12 years or 10 years ago, actually. Just looking at the effects of Practistrobin or on crops, and this was a greenhouse test, and these measurements were taken 21 days after treatment. Just looking at untreated, and this was onion bulb diameter, and a couple competitive products, and then Cabrio and Circadus, which I've mentioned makes up Maravon. So this, back then it was two products together. It's now Maravon, and just shows that the bulb diameter is bigger with where the Maravon went on. Just shows the growth efficiency. Next slide, please. So Serafel, this is our biological product that we launched a couple of years ago. Next slide, please, Lana. So with biologicals, it's a new option for growers to use, and allows for early reentry and pre-harvest intervals. You want to hit that again, please, Alana? And so and it is a support for resistant management. You can add Serafel in with your commercial fungicides, and it enhances performance as well. Next slide. So we brought this product to the market back in 2019, and it was on grapes only. And since then, we've expanded it to numerous other crops, and the use of Serafel is increasing every year. It has been used a fair bit in blueberries and in strawberries, and we've also had some on various vegetable crops grown here in the local area. And we also, when it came out, the life of the product, the storage duration of the product was 16 months, and we've changed that, and it's now 36 months from the package date. So if you do get if you do buy it and you don't use it all in 1 year, it is good to the following year. So that we increased the storage life of the product, and that certainly has given both dealers and growers a little more comfort on having the product on hand. Next slide, please. So with Serafel, there's modes of action. It's a physical barrier. The spores get on the surface of the plant. They reproduce, and they take up all the space, which keep the disease-causing pathogens at bay. They have no room to grow because the Serafel is taking all that surface. And as the Serafel grows, they're taking all the nutrition. So there's none there to support the pathogens. And then also there's the fungal metabolites. The Serafel spores germinate and produce metabolites that have fungicidal and bactericidal activity. Next slide, please. We've got to move along here, Alana. We're getting up on our time here, but there's only a couple more slides here to go. So Serafel, it's been used a fair bit in grapes as well, and provides efficacy to the chemical programs. It's a good fit with products that you're using now on your farms with all the crops that we mentioned. Next slide, please. So here, as I said, there, it does mix, the tank mix, very compatible with a lot of different products. So there, and if you're not sure, do a jar test and maybe try a bit on the crop in a small area, but do the jar test first for sure if you're not sure. Next slide, please. So as you saw what it was compatible with on this slide, it's not compatible with, don't mix it with chlorothalonil or Bravo or mancozeb, which would be manzate, diethane, or pancozeb, or metalaxyl, which is Ridomil. And if you are using those products on your crop, allow 7 to 10 days between those products and Serafel. They're not compatible, and don't apply them within 7 to 10 days of one another. So on the ease of use, from growers, there's less clumping, less foaming. It has twice the bulk density, so therefore lower use rates and less product to handle. So ease of use, it just makes mixing and filling quicker and less downtime. Next slide, please. So the rate is 0.25 to 0.5 kgs per hectare, and I recommend stay with the 0.5 kg per hectare rate. There's 4 2 kg packages in a case. Ensure thorough coverage of the product. Water pH should be between 4 and 9, and you can use a surfactant if you have one that you like to use on your farm, on your crops. Rain frost within 3 hours, re-entry is 4 hours. And pre-harvest is 0 days, and is exempt. Emerald status is exempt. So we want to touch, okay, and then we're going to go back to herbicides again, and with Ignite, just various crops it is registered on. Next slide, please. And the rates, and you can click this one a couple times. It doesn't change. Atlanta, just click that a couple times. So I'd recommend going the 4 to 5 liter per hectare rate. And next slide, please. So rain fast within 4 hours, 2 10-liter jugs in the case, 2 applications per year, re-entry is 12 hours, and then pre-harvest intervals of various crops. Next slide, please. So Ignite, it performs best in warm, humid, sunny conditions above 10 degrees Celsius, and that seems to be between 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. or even 10 to 4 p.m. When it's warmest and when it's brightest. That's where Ignite is going to give you the best control on the weeds, and it's uptake through the foliage only, no residual activity, and ensure good coverage. 15 to 20 gallons per acre is best. Next slide. And that is it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Blair.
Over my time a little bit. Sorry about that.
There is one question. It says, what wetting agent do you recommend for Maravon?
That depends on, I guess, what you like to use, and there's various ones on the market. I guess whatever one your dealer would carry. The non-ionics. There's various brands. They seem to work well.
Okay, awesome. I think that's it. I don't hear anyone piping up, so we will close out of the question period. Thank you very much, Blair, for taking time this morning to present to us. Up next, we have Gavin Lunn from Adama, and he will be doing a product update. So Gavin, I think you can take it away and share your screen. Awesome.
Sure. Thanks, Alana. I'm just going to move things around here. 1 second. Still early for me. It's 8:40 here. A little bit slower to get going. Elena, do you just want to give me a thumbs up if you can see full screen instead of my notes?
Yep, that's full screen. It all looks good.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much, Truro Agamart, and your growers out there in the Maritimes. Would truly love to do these things in person, of course, now that we're back to doing that type of thing. But as mentioned many times already, what a great ability to do these things on Zoom and reach so many people without having to travel and worry about snow days and kids not getting on a bus and whatnot. So a little bit about myself. My name is Gavin Lund, key account manager for Adama in the East. And I started in this role early May 2021. Previous work history is in canola research, industrial vegetation management, forestry, railway, range and pasture, a bunch of things across crop protection, commercial, and research. So based out of Orangeville, Ontario, close to Toronto. Please don't hold that against me. I hold it against myself at times. But looking at Adama in Eastern Canada, it's fair to say that we have been a post-patent generic company without a doubt for many years. Once patented active ingredients were coming off the market, it was really a race for a lot of them to grab it, copy it, have an identical label, and then move forward. That has not been our strategy for the last few years. And we're continuing to take those proven active ingredients, reformulating into higher efficacy products, but also increasing user safety, human toxicology, labeling, efficacy, and we're calling that formulation mastery. So in the East, you have myself, and then Karen Younghands. She's our sales manager for the East, and Drew Thompson. Drew Thompson was an area business manager for us in Ontario, but you have Dr. David Percival, Dr. Scott White. We have Drew. Drew is our technical expert. What a pleasure to talk to and listen to, similar to your extension agents in the Maritimes. So speaking on that formulation mastery, there's 4 products here that really speak to that, where we've taken those proven active ingredients and reformulated them to make them better. So we found, simply by improving the carrier of that active ingredient, the formulation itself, we can scrape out, 5, 8, sometimes 10% better efficacy with, a better user experience when it comes to tank mixing by having a different formulation. A wettable powder versus a soluble liquid would be a great example. I have a fair bit of spray experience from my research days, and using some of those wettable powders in a open top sprayer can be just a bit of a nightmare. You get a little bit of a breeze and you're trying to measure into a graduated cylinder. It never goes well. I won't dive too much into these examples here, but other than Cormoran is unique. There's no product like it on the market, but the others are post-patent active ingredients, but they're completely reformulated to work better, less packaging, and many other benefits. Continuing along the lines of this research and development, 2023 is another exciting year for this product called Brevis. Now, what is Brevis? Brevis is an apple thinning tool. And I'm not going to claim to be any type of apple thinning expert, because to me, it still seems like a lot of magical powder and a little bit of foo-foo dust. It's so complicated. But even so, we are going to be bringing an apple thinning product to the market. We've been doing extensive training using external research, but also internal research. In 2023, we're continuing to do full-scale research authorizations across Canada, BC, Ontario, and the Maritimes. So apple thinning, for those that a very complex process. The reason for apple thinning is to really create that king fruit. We want to reduce the number of clusters. Quite often those clusters can increase disease pressure, but also makes harvest much easier when you have a well spread out king fruit orchard. There's a lot of things that affect this process. And even as all these populate on the screen, this is what can confuse the absolute heck out of some people. There is really 4 factors that explain 60% of the performance. So temperature, application stage, variety, and light. So with that, we've taken a lot of data and compiled it to create an app, and it's called the Brevi Smart app. So this app is a decision support system for when and how much and what % efficacy you should be observing by using the pre and post dates and weather patterns. At the end of the day, Brevi Smart is a herbicide. So, with that, it has to be treated as such across different weather patterns. So we're continuing to develop this app. Brevis is being used widely in many other parts of the world, but in Canada, we're still for sure a year away, hoping for 2024. So I'm going to jump off Brevis and just do a relatively quick and short dive into Fulpan. Fulpan's a Group M fungicide. Really robust label, similar to the other Group M's. I think the Group N's are going to deserve a lot more conversation in the next while with the recent changes to Manzate. Manzate has had a lot of changes this year with labeling, maximum allowable use rates, and then some uses being taken away completely. So confident there's going to be increased demand of the Group N's across all of them. So Fulpan, active ingredient, Fulpat, suspension concentrate formulation, Group M, of course. This says unique to Adama here. That's not the case anymore. I should adjust this. There is one other Fulpet in the market. No adjuvant required. And when we get to the labeling side of it, it is robust, quite similar to a lot of the Group M fungicides you'll see. Apples, cranberries, grapes, cucumbers, melons, and many others. I'll highlight a few of the main heavy hitters here: scab, dead arm. This is a big for us in Ontario. Downy mildew, powdery mildew. Field cucumbers, melons, pumpkins, and squash. I believe in your valley you have a fair bit of them. Anthracnose and downy mildew. And strawberries, gray mold, fruit rot, leaf spot. Fulpan is a decent tank mix partner with insecticides, other fungicides, and herbicides. There would be a few watchouts, of course. Do not use in combination with or closely following an oil spray. So without a doubt, your apple growers, you have to watch the timing on that. And this key one here, just overall fungicidal activity is reduced when combined with strongly alkaline materials such as hydrated lime. Pre-harvest intervals on Fulpan varies quite a bit there. Cranberries is an outlier, 30 days, but then everything else 1 day. So very favorable for your use patterns. Like I was saying earlier, this Manzate thing is really evolving and expanding as the days go on. It was a big topic of conversation at the Ontario Fruit and Veg Conference last week. A lot of people are just starting to read and understand what it all means. So it will lead to increased uses of the Group M's. On a supply standpoint, I can confidently say that we have a really good supply a full pan. When it comes to price, please talk to your Truro Agrimart retailer. Switching gears here onto Zaveda. Zaveda is a product I really like. I was mentioning earlier about previous spray experience. Zaveda is a lambda-cylohalothrin, a lambda-cy, so it's a synthetic pyrethroid. Whatever insect it contacts, it kills, does a really good job at it. Zaveda is the reformulated version of it. In my past life, I used Matador, Silencer, Labumba quite often, and the formulations of those products made it quite unpleasant to use. So what's different with Zaveda? Zaveda completely reformulated. We have the same concentration of the lambda-cy insecticide. Efficacy is the same, but everything else around it we've changed. So traditional lambda-cy's in the marketplace are mixed. The active ingredient is mixed. They use a carrier of petroleum distillates. The petroleum distillates is what creates those VOCs and that smell and that high flash point. And it also causes or creates some of the harsher ratings on the label in terms of health and safety. So with Zaveda, we've taken the petroleum distillates out and use a plant-based oil. You could argue there's a sustainable resource message there, even just a little bit. It's hard to do that, of course, when you're talking about insecticides. The safety built-in piece, that labeling and how much it's increased, and a much higher flash point, which I'll touch on in a slide shortly here. The improved formulation. We will confidently say that efficacy is the same as all the other traditional lambda-cy's, but there is some situations where we have seen an improved knockdown and kill of pests with this formulation due to that plant-based oil. So here's an example of what you would see on a traditional lambda-cy insecticide. So your Matador, Silencers of the world, you'll see an 8-sided octagon. Danger. This is the worst one they'll give you. And with Zaveda, it's down to a 4-sided diamond warning symbol. So like I was saying, just by taking the petroleum distillates out of this insecticide, it's dropped it a whole classification on health and safety. And with that, you're getting the benefits of no odor. Quite often when you're spraying a lambda-cy in a field, everyone around you knows that you're spraying it as well. With Zaveda, it's resonated very well, especially in areas where there may be some new people that have moved out from the city and are unaware of some of the smells of various agricultural things, whether it be pesticides or fertilizers or manure or what have you. This resonates really well with them. In Ontario, we have a lot of retailers that do high acres in custom application. Those applicators are now asking for and wanting, if they have to use the lambda-cy, Zaveda is the one of their choice. A slide here touching on the flash points, various insecticides, and it's around the solvent being used here. So Zaveda being a plant-based solvent, its flash point incredibly high. Whereas the others, Matador, Silencer would be in here as well. Petroleum-based solvent, and a flash point that is much lower. And just for information, it's some of these other older insecticides, Pounce and Decis, quite low. It's almost makes you wonder if you were mistakenly smoking near the sprayer, that you may cause some type of explosion. So specifics to the product, The one difference with Zeveda versus the traditional lambicides is in the packaging. The jugs of Zeveda are 4.08 liters versus 3.78. So you get 10 more acres per jug, but there's only 2 jugs in a box. So just be cognizant of that when you're speaking to your retailer and planning out your acre uses. In terms of the label, you'll see the same label as silencer, the same reentry period. The label essentially stays the same. Jumping gears into Cormoran. So Cormoran, I had pointed out earlier, a completely unique insecticide in the marketplace. Cormoran is a multi-mode insecticide. It's got 2 active ingredients in it, 2 modes. And the first would be the group 4, and that's acetamiprid. It's a nicotinic receptor modulator, so it affects sucking pests systemically, preventing them from being able to feed. There's many other acetamiprid only products on the market that Cormoran would compete with, but with Cormoran you get that second active ingredient, and that's the group 15 novaluron. Novaluron's a chitin inhibitor that targets the eggs in immature insect stages. Essentially, the immatures are unable to grow or molt, and they can't mature or reproduce. Chitin is the exoskeleton of an insect. Basically, with insects, that's how they keep all their insides within them. So if they're unable to grow their exoskeleton, then they simply won't mature or reproduce. So we're seeing the benefits of Cormoran in many crops, but a good example of this unable to molt, mature, reproduce piece would be in Colorado potato beetles, where the acetamiprid group 4 is knocking them down and killing them. But any of those Colorado potato beetles that aren't in direct contact of the acetamiprid, whatever foliage they're feeding on, the group 15 or the group 15 novaluron is going to get them. And all of the foliage that the beetles feed on makes them unable to lay viable egg masses. So it's a really solid 1-2 punch. You get those 2 modes of kind of resistance breaking active ingredients where you're knocking insects down, but any that are still there, you're reducing the population in the background. So it's a product where growers are seeing, the quick response from the group 4, and are revisiting the field later and seeing another dividend paid back to them. A dividend in the case of no new generation. Cormoran, very expansive label, a label that we are also working on expanding. So I've highlighted spotted wing Drosophila there, SWD, without a doubt a big problem in many of your crops, a big problem for a lot of crops across Canada. SWD, we're looking to expand into cherries for this year. And there's others as well. So Cormoran, the 2 active ingredients, novaluron and acetamiprid. Acetamiprid at 80 grams per liter. This is the same concentration of acetamiprid that you're getting in all of the other acetamiprid insecticides on the market. So if you're trying to compare apples to apples and cost per acre, with Cormoran, for essentially the same price, you're getting acetamiprid plus novaluron, and it's a emulsifiable concentrate formulation. So from a user experience perspective, mixing a liquid in your tank versus those wettable powders, for me, I like it much more. The cases are our slightly odd 10.08 liter jugs. That's simply because with the varying rate structures for use, 10.08 is what made it work out fairly well rather than 10 liters. In terms of supply, Cormoran is getting tight. This product continues to see incredible gains for us over the years. And with Cormoran being used in SWD now for blueberries, but also being a viable alternative with 2 modes into blueberry maggot. And now recently learning more about this cranberry fruitworm, Cormoran could be quite an effective use insecticide for that as well. In terms of cost, you're gonna have to speak to Truro for that. And a final slide here, just showcasing some just over a year old now, I guess, data from various sources. Entomologists ranking Cormoran insecticide top choice in fighting against SWD. It's it's really highlighted here in this line here. I'm not sure if you can see my, oops. Not sure if you can see my cursor there, but there's a quote here. It controls all stages of the SWD life cycle. It's a combination of 2 modes of action that work well together by providing fast knockdown and control of adults, larvae, and eggs. So truly a full solution product. And for you apple growers on the call here, an example of some of the research out there supporting that additional active ingredient, Novaluron, and reducing the fecundity, the egg hatch of treating apple codling moths. So I could summarize this by saying that the codling moths that feed all the egg masses they produce don't hatch. And with that, I've finished. I'll stop share and take some questions.
Awesome. Does anyone have any questions for Gavin? Okay, wow. Maybe people aren't awake over here yet.
That's okay. I'll be in the Maritimes March 31st, and people can always track me down in Truro.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Gavin, for presenting this morning. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
If there's any questions that people think of throughout the day, we can just shoot you a text or whatever and get the answers back to them.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Dennis from FMC. Is Dennis on? I am not seeing him. Why don't we take a 5-minute coffee break unless Dennis is here? Oh, I think he is. Dennis, are you online? Oh. Okay, let's reconvene in 5-10 minutes, and everyone can go refill their coffees and get a snack, and hopefully Dennis will be on by then.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep. Okay, never mind. I thought I saw you on there. Perfect. Okay, so Dennis is going to chat with us about FMC's horticulture product lineup today. So Dennis, you can take it away. and you can start sharing your screen, I think.
I got it. I can't seem to get hold of the buttons.
Oh, you must have found them because it looks like your
Yeah.
screen shared.
How is that working?
Well, we can just see that the Zoom, like your browser. There we go.
Better?
Yep, that looks great. Oh, perfect. You're full screen now, so you can. Oh.
Oops.
That's okay.
How's
Oh,
that?
no, that shows your notes in the next slide. I think. No, I think you have to switch it. Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Perfect.
Awesome.
Do you want me to continue or do you want to go for a coffee break?
No, I think we're good to keep going. The only thing that I'm going to say is it is doing subtitles for you of what you're talking, but maybe this will work if people want to read. Like every time you talk, your computer is kind of ad-libbing, but I think that'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of that.
Well, you must have found a way to do it. Oh, it's okay. Let's just keep going because we can see the slide.
Okay. So thanks for having me here today, even though seem to be having computer difficulties all morning here, but we'll go with it. So I'm Dennis Rodette and I represent FMC. And this morning I was asked to talk a little bit about FMC horticultural products. So what I decided to do this morning was to talk about some of our products, basically a couple of herbicides that would be Authority and Spartan, and then 3 insecticides, Alticore, Max, Belief, and XRL. And, you know, there's really a lot of information here if you really wanted to get into it. But for today, I'm going to talk about these products and I'm going to relate them to the crops that are most important there. So it'll be apples, strawberries, and berries in general. So that's what I'm going to talk about this morning. And let's talk about, first thing I'll do is I'll talk about Authority. So we'll start with the herbicides. So Authority, the active ingredient is sulfentrazone, not the most important thing for you guys to know. What's really important is that it is a herbicide that you would broadcast. You spray it on your soil, and then after a rainfall, the little weeds pick up this herbicide through its roots and its shoots. It's a really terrific product for what we call small seeded weeds, especially broadleaf weeds. It's a liquid suspension. And today I'm going to really try and hone in on making this as it relates to, I say, crops such as berries, apples. So with the crops that you guys have, you would want to apply this product pre-emergent. So your crops are already planted. You want it to be pre-emergent to the weeds. So you're going to go in and mix this product up. You will spray it either broadcast across all of your soil underneath your orchards or strawberry fields, or you can also band it. But once you have the spray down, it forms a chemical layer on the soil. And then with about a half an inch of rain, it moves it down. It moves that chemical down into the top inch of the soil. And that's where really about 95% of all of these small seeded weeds germinate. So you've got a barrier of soil, a barrier of herbicide there that is controlling the weeds before they emerge. So you don't want any weeds there when you're spraying. If there are weeds up when you're spraying this product, well, then you would probably want to add something that acts as a burn down. So, Ignite, glyphosate, AIM, something like that to burn off any weeds that are up, and this will give you a residual. So some of the weeds that this product controls, it's mainly, as you can see, it's mainly a broadleaf weed control with a little bit of grass activity. I think probably the weeds that are most important to you guys, that are most familiar in most of Eastern Canada. So ground purslane, black nightshade. Usually everybody's got lamb's quarters, red root pigweed, wild buckwheat. It also, it does a few grasses, basically the crabgrass family. So if you have grasses out there in your field, in your underneath your trees, you're going to want to do a tank mix and put something in there to control the grasses. So when you're looking at horticultural crops and authority, the use rate is all the same. It's 118 milliliters per acre or 33 acres out of a jug. When you apply this product, you wind up getting about 6 to 8 weeks of residual control. And as I said, you need to remember that you don't want any weeds up when you're doing this. It will only control small germinating weeds. And you can use this product, but you can't use it on a new planting. You want your orchard, your vineyard, or your berries to be at least established 1 year. Authority is a soil applied herbicide. So you really need to think about your soil and your chemistry. So how do they interact? So first and foremost, you don't want to use this product on coarse textured sandy soils that have an organic matter of less than 1.5%. And if you think about the other side of the coin, muck soils, they really have high organic matter. And what they do is they bind, they tie up that chemical. So you lose herbicidal activity. So anything over 6% organic matter, not going to work that well because it's going to be tied up. A lot of products are influenced by pH. And this product, when you have a soil pH greater than 7.8%, it increases activity, which is not a bad thing unless you're on really coarse textured soils, and that will increased activity could cause a bit of crop damage. So you're spraying this product on established, where your crop is established. You really want to keep it off of green tissue. Don't spray it on any green leaves, green tissue, green stems. Woody stems and vines are fine. So I'm just going to jump over this berry one. Let's talk about, because the concepts are the same. So with strawberries, you can apply authority in the spring or the fall as a broadcast treatment over top of your strawberries, or you can band it over top of the strawberries. What's really important is that you want to make sure that your berries are dormant. So they're still having their nice little nap in the springtime, or they've shut down in the fall. You don't want to spray this on green tissue because you could get leaf burn and you could get some loss of plants. You don't want to, before you spray this, either in the spring or the fall, in the springtime, you want to make sure that your straw has been removed before you spray it, or in the fall that you spray this before you put down your straw. So don't put it on mulch. Don't apply it to frozen soils. And think about, the soil restrictions that I just talked to you about. Basically the same thing in apple orchards. You can do a broadcast, or you can just band it underneath where the rows of apples are. Either way, whether it's apples, berries, or strawberries, only one application per year. The crops need to be at least a year old. Keep it off of green tissue. I think in most cases, because you're getting 6 to 8 weeks control, the preferred method would be probably to put this on in the springtime, because that's when most of the small germinating weeds will actually germinate. You can put this on apples, but not to stone fruit. Spartan is a post-emergent herbicide, and it is registered on strictly blueberries, low bush blueberries. So if you're trying to control bunchberry, the rate would be 40 grams per hectare, and you need to add a non-ionic surfactant at about 2% volume per volume. And so low bush blueberries, this is going to be, there's actually 3 application timings. This one for bunchberry is a broadcast application, and you can spray this in the springtime. You want to spray it of the sprout year. So in the spring of the sprout year, before the blueberries emerge. Maximum growth on the blueberries, if they've emerged, is about 2 centimeters of new growth. And you don't want to go any later than that, because you'll get some leaf burning and a bit of crop injury. They'll grow out of it, but they'll be stunted for a while. So best to avoid that. The bunchberries are usually, the best time to go is they've emerged, their leaves have unwrapped, and the most advanced bunchberry weed in the field would have a bit of white flower showing. So you want to make sure that you go before there's a lot of green growth on those berries. That was a registration that was put on by the manufacturers. Then there's a couple of applications that were put on through minor use registration. And one of them was you can apply Spartan in the fall, 1 to 4 weeks after completion of the harvest. So that has also been put on the label now. Do not apply more than once in a crop year. And there is another application, and it's really a spot spray treatment for yellow loosestrife, alder, white rose, and brick and fern. And what you can do here is you mix together 0.25 grams of Spartan per liter, and you need to add a non-ionic surfactant. 0.2 grams of Spartan is pretty hard to measure. So most guys are doing like 2.5 grams for 10 liters of water. It's really a spot spray. You'll go out with your little spot sprayer, and where you find these weeds, you will spray them. You want to wet the foliage, but not to the point where you have runoff. This spot spray treatment is usually going on midsummer in the fall. And what you want to do here is you want to spray the weeds, but you want to avoid the blueberry plants as much as possible. And this is in, again, the year when it's in the sprouting year. So Spartan, a little bit different, certainly than Authority. Spartan is post-emergent, and you need good coverage. Authority was a pre-emerge with no weeds up. So that's really what I wanted to talk about, those 2 herbicides and how they apply to the 3 crops that we're kind of chatting about today. So going to move on to some of the insecticides. And let's start with Alticor. Been around for quite a while. Probably you guys know more about this product, have used more product than I have. This year we're coming out with an Alticor Max. So you'll see both formulations in the marketplace this year. Alticor Max is, use it the same way, controls the same insects on the same crops. The Alticor Max is double the strength of Alticor. So Alticor was a 35% dry flowable or dry granular. Alticor Max is the 70% dry granular. Later on, we will certainly have tech sheets available to show you the conversion rate. So if you're using this much this year, this is what you would have to use this year with the new Alticor Max. Really not a lot of difference there. It's more concentrated, less jugs to take home, less jugs to store. So Alticor, the active ingredient is Rynaxypyr. It's a group 28, and it's a dry flowable product. Some of the insects it controls are apple maggot, various leafhoppers, Japanese beetle, some borers, fruit fly, and it's really known for being a wonderful Lepidoptera insecticide. So Lepidoptera, you know, think of them as the caterpillar species. And so with Alticor, what you'll have is you'll have, soon as the insect eats a little bit of this treated material, so you've treated your crops with Alticor, the insect eats them, automatically it has muscle paralysis. So the muscles lock up, and that happens with Alticor within like 13, 14 minutes. The muscles lock up. The insects can't eat anymore. They can't move. So they die basically of starvation. And depending on the insect, you have to be patient. It will probably take them 5 to 7 days to starve themselves to death. Alticor works on all stages of the insects. So anywhere from eggs, small larvae to large larvae. And so depending on the size of the insect, therefore you get the difference in days for the insect to actually die and fall off of your plant. But rest assured, they're not doing any damage there once they've eaten Alticor, because they're not going to be moving very fast. You probably heard many of these terms. Alticor is translaminar. So that means that if you spray Alticor on the top of the leaf, it is able to move right through that leaf surface to the bottom. Why is that good? Well, if an insect is chewing on the leaf on the top, or an insect is chewing on the leaf on the bottom, doesn't really matter with Alticor. It's going to control both. It's going to control them whether they're eating on the bottom or the top of the leaf. It is not systemic, but it is extremely rain fast. So once you spray the product, soon as it's dry, it's locked on, and Alticor links very closely to the waxy cuticle. So it's very solid once it's on that plant. The rates are variable, anywhere from 148 to 288 grams per hectare. You can do 4 applications per year. The rates are variable depending on the insect you're trying to control. And I would say, you know, you're probably going to go to a higher rate if you have a high density of insects, or if the insects are really large. Beautiful thing about this product, re-entry 12 hours, pre-harvest interval depends on the crop, but it's anywhere from 1 to 14 days. Alticor is really safe to pollinators, really great on safety-wise on beneficial insects. It's safe to humans, all sorts of mammals, has a really favorable environmental profile. It's not affected by water pH. It's not affected by weather temperature. So you can use this product, whether it's cold or warm, it's going to work for you just fine. So on Alticore is registered on bushberries. So some of the insects they control are cranberry fruitworm, cherry fruitworm, really great activity on leaf rollers like OBLR, three-lined leaf roller, great on, like I say, the caterpillar species, so lesser appleworm, red striped fireworm, spanworm, cutworm. You'll see that Japanese beetle, it's suppression. Strawberries, yeah, again, leaf rollers, climbing cutworms, suppression of Japanese beetle, and the pre-harvest interval is 1 day in strawberries. Cranberries, very similar, controls raspberry cane borer, raspberry crown borer. Same thing with Japanese beetles. The pre-harvest interval for cranberries is 3 days. This is where it really gets interesting. A lot of insects here and maybe a more complicated crop, certainly Alticore on apples. So we are actually labeled for a wide variety of leaf rollers. They're caterpillar type species. So spotted, western, OBLR, variegated, three-lined. We'll also have great activity on oriental fruit moth, codling moth, climbing cutworm, green cutworm, eye spot, budworm, tufted apple, bud moth, apple clearwing moth, European sawfly, dogwood borer. White apple leafhopper, Japanese beetle, and apple maggot. Alticore will only give you suppression. 3 apps per year, and the pre-harvest interval is 5 days. So again, dries, sticks on your plant immediately when it's dry. Depending on the insect pressure and the rate of product you're used, you may have to come back and spray anywhere from 7 to 14 days afterwards. So some really nice residual with this product and really rain fast. Belief. Belief's a really great product. And if you think about Belief, all you really need to know is that it's aphids, and more aphids. So that's its claim to fame. It has great activity on green peach, green apple aphid, potato aphid, cabbage aphid. So aphids. Again, this product is, you spray it, and soon as the insect either walks across it or eats some of it, so in contact or ingestion, it stops feeding within 30 minutes. But again, this product works by, it starves the insects to death, and they can't eat and they can't drink. So it takes them anywhere from 2 to 5 days to die. What you'll see is they'll stop eating. They'll remain on the leaf surface. They'll be walking around like a drunken sailor. If they fall over, they have a really hard time getting back up, but they are not causing any more damage. Belief controls aphids at all stages, so small ones and large ones. And again, it's transluminar, so we just talked about that. You know how if you spray it on the top of the leaf, it goes right to the bottom of the leaf. This one is also what they call xylem systemic activity. So basically, I think about that as being locally systemic. So if you spray a little bit of this product on the leaf, what it will do is it will go out to the margins. It'll move out to the margins of the leaf. It'll move out to the new leaf growing sections as it expands. But it will not, it's locally systemic. It will not go up and down the plant, so kind of like to the roots and to the growing point. It'll just expand out into the leaves. The rates is 100 to 200 grams per hectare. You can do 3 applications per year. And last year, where there was a label update, and you can now get suppression of tarnished plant bug. The pre-harvest interval is anywhere from 0 to 3 days, depending on the crop. And it's very safe to the pollinators, bees, and beneficial insects, and has a very favorable environmental profile. Last year, so the labels changes that were last year were in apples, you could get tarnished plant bug suppression, and the same thing for strawberries. Also, low growing berries, you could get control of thrips. So the other product that I wanted to briefly talk about, I seem to be talking too much and running out of time, but is Exirel. So Exirel is a Cyazypyr. It's a group 28, and it does a lot of insects on a lot of different crops. So Colorado potato beetles, flea beetles, aphids, thrips, Lepidoptera, spotted winged Drosophila, weevils. It works the same way as Alticor. So the insect eats a little bit of, ingests a little bit of this product, and it automatically has muscle paralysis. So it stops competing, it stops eating within minutes, 15, 20 minutes, this one, after ingesting some of the product. It controls, again, all stages of targeted insects from eggs right to big adults. Different here is that it's a bit like, different from Alticor. It's translaminar like Alticor, but it's locally systemic, just like I talked about beleaf. So you put a drop on the leaf, it'll move out to the new growing tissue to the margins. You can do 4 applications per year. With this product, you do not want to add as a tank mix. You do not want to add products that are oil sensitive products. So things like copper, sulfur, captan, you don't want to put those together with Exirel. The pre-harvest interval is, depending on the crop, is 1 to 7 days. A really good product for beneficials and pollinators. Don't want to spray when bees are out. That's illegal, but it's really good for the beneficials. And it has an incredible profile as far as environmental profile. So really safe for the user, really safe for dogs, cats, birds, that kind of thing. So it has a lot of products that you can also tank mix with. So last year, minor use registrations, cranberry, weevil were added for cranberries. And I talked about, when I was talking about Alticor, I said that Japanese beetle was suppression. With Exirel, Japanese beetle is control. So on strawberries, you get control of Japanese beetle and black vine weevil. That was added by minor use. So blueberries with Exirel, again, many leaf rollers, blueberry maggot, plum curculio, Japanese beetle, flea beetles, spotted winged Drosophila, blueberry gall midge, cranberry fruitworm, black-headed fireworm, blueberry aphids, bud moth, clay colored weevil, black fine weevil. 4 applications per year, 3 days pre-harvest, and if it's cranberries, it's 14 days pre-harvest. Strawberries, you get aphids, black fine weevil. As I said earlier, you're getting control of Japanese beetle and spotted winged Drosophila. Thrips, you get suppression. 4 applications per year. Pre-harvest interval with strawberries is 1 day. Cranberries, spotted winged Drosophila, Japanese beetle, root weevil, black vine weevil. Pre-harvest interval is 1 day. For apple crops, really terrific product. So leaf rollers, many of them, spotted western, OBLR, great on oriental fruit moth, codling moth, climbing cutworm, green cutworm. It does green peach, rosy apple aphid, and apple leafhopper. It does European sawfly, apple maggot, Proculio, and Japanese beetle. The pre-harvest interval is 3 days. So really if you have a blueberry crop, you can use either Alticore or XRL, depending on which insect you want. But when it really comes to it, with Alticore and XRL, FMC products will control all of those insects except brown marmorated stink bug, which hasn't been real much of a concern so far. So a lot of information there in a short period of time. That's really what I wanted to present to you today, this morning. So if there are any questions, I can try and have a stab at giving you some of the answers. And so I'll leave that with you right now.
Awesome. Thanks, Dennis. Does anyone have any questions? I don't see any in the chat.
Okay, well, if there are some, I am sure they can direct them to you, and then you can direct them to me.
Awesome. That's
Well, thanks so much for your time. I know that was a lot of information.
There's one question.
Oh.
Someone's asking, any control on cabbage maggot?
Yeah, so cabbage maggots, you would probably want to use our product. I guess there's two ways to look at this. You're using cabbage maggot, you can use Verimark in soil. That's one way to do it. You put it in soil when you're planting or when you're planting the cabbage, or you can spray with XRL over top of the crop. So one is a soil treatment, or there's also, if you have seedlings, you can use that when you have in your tray water, you can treat before you plant the seedlings. And then the other one is, like I say, you can go post-emergent on cabbage.
Awesome. Well, if there's no new questions, then thank you so much, Dennis, for coming and presenting today. And if any come throughout the day, I'll be sure to direct them your way.
Yeah, I guess the question on cabbage is because this is the last year you'll be able to use Lorsban in brassicas for maggot.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are trying Verimark in that very same role. It's a liquid formulation. And if that doesn't work for them, then some of them are trying to do it in the trays to treat their seed, to treat their little plants before they transplant them. And then I say the last way to go about it is a post-emergent spray.
Have you seen anyone do like trial work with putting them in the seedling trays or anything that's come out so far with that?
Yeah, it's a registered application. I didn't talk about it today because I was trying to concentrate on the berries, but yeah, it works really well. I could certainly, whoever is interested, we can talk about that, how it's, how they farm, how they want to go about this, because there are certainly several ways. We are trying to get Verimark. Verimark is a liquid formulation. Lorsban was usually a dry flowable or a dry formulation. So we're looking at, can we get Verimark made into the dry formulation so that you can just sprinkle it in the way you were using your Lorsban?
Okay.
We don't have that yet, but that's kind of what we're trying to do to make it easy for those growers.
Okay. Just one comment is, I guess some industry is talking about leaning towards XRL post-emerge to try to control or fill in the gap of Lorsban being gone.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good to know. You know what? I'll probably now that I know, I'll try and send you out some information that you can share with your growers.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Well, thanks
Okay.
again.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I hope you guys have a great day and learn a lot today.
Awesome. Thanks, Dennis.
Yeah, bye-bye.
So Dennis, oh, perfect. Next up, we have Talia from Prenia, and she's going to talk about some of the work and summary of the Long Cane Raspberry project here in Nova Scotia. So take it away.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, I'm having a bit of tech difficulty, so I'm just going to make sure that we get set up here. You can see the presentation?
Yep.
Okay, fabulous.
Awesome. That looks great.
All right, folks. So my name is Talia Plaskett, and I am the Protected Crop Specialist at Prenia. So I'm here today to talk a little bit about the Long Cane Raspberry Pilot Program. This was launched late in 2020 and is coming to a close in March 2023. So we had 2 growing seasons under our belts with this program, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about the fundamentals on long cane raspberry production. So we'll start out with just a very general overview of the project and the partners involved. Then we'll talk about what is long cane raspberry, dive into a bit of site prep, and then talk about fruiting production and the pests and disease that we encounter along the way. So the Long Cane Raspberry Pilot Project was put together with the hopes of creating a high quality supply of Canadian grown berries for off-season retail markets. And so in doing so, this will displace our reliance on imports, as well as create new opportunities for Nova Scotia berry growers. And so this program was hosted by the Nova Scotia Department of Agriculture and saw the involvement of Horticulture Nova Scotia, Prenia, Webster Farms, and Vital Berry Farms for the implementation of the project. So I think one of the, a good place to start here is just kind of defining what long cane raspberry is and how it's different compared to the traditional raspberry that we see currently growing in Nova Scotia. So long cane raspberry, it's a fully grown raspberry cane, typically produced in a soilless substrate, in pots, and under a protective cover. And so unlike field grown raspberries, which require a few years sort of to get going and hit that, optimum yield, with this production system, it does produce a crop within months of planting, just based on that nursery stock material. And it really creates the opportunity to maximize yield potential. It extends the typical growing season and can overcome some of the challenges presented in traditional production systems. And so while there are many advantages to this production system, a lot of those things I just talked about obviously tie in the benefits of having a tunnel and growing in substrate. To date, the cost and experience needed to transition to this type of setup has been a barrier to adoption so far. And so I'm not going to go through all of these in detail, but I am happy to elaborate on any of these points after the presentation if anyone has any specific questions about certain aspects here. But we'll start on some of the advantages here. So in addition to better fruit quality and shelf life potential compared to traditional outdoor production, we also see larger berry sizes as a result of the varieties available to us. So there's a lot to unpack there, but we're basically saying that by protecting the berries, by having that protective cover over top, we're not worried about precipitation or, untimely hail or frost, which can happen in the spring here. Variety selection is also no longer limited by the ability to survive our winters. So where you are growing outdoors, you have to consider whether that plant is actually going to survive for, the 3 to 5 years that you're hoping to be producing with them. And I would say that this winter is a great example of just how detrimental those low temperatures can be. So in this system, we have a much shorter production cycle. Ideally, you buy the canes, you produce them for the summer, and then you're throwing them out at the end of the year. So there's really none of that winter hardiness coming into play when you're deciding which varieties you want to grow. We also see much less buildup of soil and plant-borne diseases, viruses, and nematodes as a result of this short cycling raspberry crop and the fact that we're no longer growing in soil. And so we should see more consistent plant performance and less intervention in the long run. So we're not looking at any sort of, treatments of the soil or treatment for nematodes just based on what we're growing in. We also see a much longer window for harvesting if you do choose to implement a staggered raspberry planting. So in this previous year, we saw continuous harvest from July 1st to the end of October. And compared to our typical 3-week window for field raspberries, this is quite significantly different. So we'll jump over to the disadvantages list here. So we do see a higher level investment for this production system compared to field raspberry, especially because we're looking at the construction of a tunnel. We're looking at the cost of substrate and canes on a yearly basis. And, things like pots and a lot of other infrastructure that wouldn't necessarily be involved if you were growing outdoors. This year has also shown us just how vulnerable some greenhouse structures can be. So it's definitely a disadvantage when looking to implement a protected setup. I will say that the structures purchased for this project have held up nicely. We really haven't had any major issues over the last 2 years, but I think it's worth acknowledging that there is the risk of structure damage. The final point I want to touch on here is the amount of attention that this particular system needs. So it does require sort of a check once a day. It can't necessarily be left for periods of time, especially surrounding things like irrigation scheduling and monitoring. You really need the boots on the ground to make sure that that system is finely tuned. So, I mean, technically, yes, you can take a step away, but you're putting yourself at risk of, higher input costs, maybe because your irrigation or your fertigation isn't finely tuned the way that it should be. And you're also putting yourself at risk of poor plant performance. So really, we're looking at about 30 minutes a day just to make sure that everything's fine, and then you're able to move on with the rest of your day. So there's 2 commonly grown long cane raspberry varieties out there, dormant long cane raspberries, and those are going to be the ones that we're using in cold regions such as ours, can be categorized into primocane and floricane varieties. So primocane varieties such as Kwanzaa are typically placed at 4.5 canes per linear meter. They'll typically put out about 20 fruits per lateral, and with an average fruit weight of about 5 grams per berry, we're looking at about 100 grams of fruit per lateral. And once you take into account how many fruiting laterals you have per cane, we're looking at about 1.67 kilograms of fruit per cane. I will mention here, as we kind of go on to talk about the quality of the canes and some of the things we're looking at, that these ones generally trend shorter and with a smaller caliber compared to some of the floricane varieties. So when I present, this is the range we're looking for, you're going to be looking at sort of the smaller end of that range for this group. So the other group of dormant long canes that are available for production are floricanes, and the most common example of this is tulamine. And so these guys are typically grown at 6 canes per linear meter as opposed to the 4.5. And the reason for this is that these varieties typically grow shorter laterals compared to those primocanes. So really, we're just trying to pack them in there to really maximize that weight produced per space. And so these ones will put out about 12 fruits per fruiting lateral, and we're going to use that same average fruit weight of about 5 grams per fruit. And then so each fruiting lateral will then produce around 60 grams of fruit per lateral. At the end of the day, then, we're looking at a potential crop of about 900 grams per cane for a floricane variety. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about setup here, and then we can dive into sort of the insects and the pests that we came across. So before we can start a new long cane raspberry operation, we do have to think about preparing the growth space. And so those preparations are going to look different depending on the state of the land pre-production. And I've listed some of the things here. So things like land leveling, assessing drainage, just making sure that you have a water source nearby that's able to sustain your crop. Those are all important things to be thinking about. And so outside of preparing the land, one of the big decisions that you're going to be making is the type of tunnel that you want to use on site. So we've got two images here. Both of these represent Spanish tunnels. They're typically about 30 feet wide across the front. And then they can vary when it comes to height and length and features. So we see the image on the top, we have roll up sort of ends on the tunnels, and we don't necessarily have that on the bottom one. Both structures have vents on them. So it's nice to see that there is some flexibility within each type, and you can really sort of customize it for your site, and you can also kind of add on in a modular sense as opposed to having to commit to, you know, an acre or 2 acres at a time. And so the type of features that make sense for you and your farm, it's going to depend on the growing season and the area that you're hoping to grow in. So if you have a highly protected site, you may not need as substantial or sturdy of a structure compared to one that has a high level of exposure. And, you know, when we talk about your growing season, it's worth considering what season you're targeting. So are you looking to produce fruit during the shoulder seasons? Or are you looking to just sort of hit, you know, 1 month in the summer and do that sort of thing? So for those looking to retain a little bit more heat, you might want to consider these end walls. It's nice where they're automatic. We see a lot of fluctuation in the spring and the fall. So that's a very nice feature to be able to add on to. And so that's all I'm really going to say about site prep and setup, but obviously that is a much bigger conversation than we can fit into today's talk. One thing that deserves honorable mention for those who are looking to set up a new greenhouse is the absolute necessity to understand the raw water source. So for starters, that means ensuring that there's enough volume to be able to sustain the crop, as well as have limited number of salts and minerals in it to work with. So for a long cane raspberry crop, peak daily volume in the summer, including the 25% drainage, is about 9 liters per day. So if your system can't support that, then that might not be the best place to put a long cane raspberry operation. And when it comes to the quality of the water, I'm sure we're all familiar with the fact that water is not water across different parts of the province. And where we're relying solely on that water to carry out our fertilizer solution to the plants, we need to make sure that the water is going to be suitable to do so. And so the 3 main things that we're looking at are things like alkalinity, EC, and the levels of trace salts. And so these things are going to determine how hard or how easy it's going to be to get that water to where it needs to go and to be able to feed the crop the way that it needs to be fed. And just a quick side note, I will say that for those who do have high EC in their source water, substrate production can still be done. It's just going to be a little bit more work where you see regular flushes of straight water to maintain a substrate that supports healthy plant growth. So just before we move on here, ideally we're looking for less than 1 millimole per liter of sodium and chloride. We're looking at a low EC. So ideally, like, do we have it written here? No, we don't. Okay. Anyways, we're looking for a low EC. We want to make sure that we don't have a lot of sulfates added into the crop, especially where we have recirculating water, because those are going to add up and basically contribute to the EC in a way that isn't necessarily productive for production. And bicarbonate levels, those are going to become problematic above 4.5 millimoles per liter. And so ideally, if we can acidify this to less than 0.5, we can prevent blockages in the irrigation lining. So that's definitely worth doing at the beginning. And so once the site is set up, we want to start thinking about when we want to plant. And so one of the advantages of containerized long cane raspberry production is the ability to select your planting dates, whereas perennial raspberry bud break is at the mercy of the weather. So selecting planting dates allows producers to decide to some extent when they want to be harvesting these plants. And so you can decide to target the shoulder seasons, either before or after field raspberries have been harvested. You can look to address shortages or gaps in activities for on-farm labor, or you can set yourself up for a continuous harvest through the growing season to be able to supply retailers for a longer window of time. And so this flexibility in planting dates requires a metric that will basically account for the different growing conditions that these canes experience depending on the planting date. So obviously a cane that was planted in April is going to behave differently than one that was planted in May versus one that was planted in June or July. And so the UK relies on a metric called growing degree hours. So it basically takes into account hourly plant activity that happens above a 4.5 degree base temperature. So major crop milestones such as first flower, first harvest, and crop completion are logged against these growing degree hours so that we get a better idea of what is happening when. And so one of the interesting things we found throughout the pilot program was there was a differentiation in these growing degree hour benchmarks compared to what was observed in the UK. So you'll see here in the chart that first flower requires about 5,000 more growing degree hours in Nova Scotia compared to what is required in the UK. We also see a shorter harvest window compared to what was observed in the UK as well. So this is something that we're hoping to continue to ground truth and sort of figure out why those numbers are as different as they are. And so for those of you who are just starting out and are interested in accessing local data, we do have a reference table of growing degree hour by week in our upcoming production guide, which I meant to do a bit of a plug for before I started talking, but here we are. So Perennia will be posting or publishing a full production guide. And in that guide, we basically have growing degree hours by week as averaged over the last 2 years of the program. And then that should sort of set the stage for anyone who is planning to put in a long cane raspberry crop. And so now that we've prepped the site, we've decided when we want to plant, it's time to actually start growing the plants. And so the growing season for long cane raspberry begins once nursery stock is pulled from cold storage. So these canes are then transplanted out of the nursery pots and into a larger container and then moved into the production space for the remainder of the growing season. And so quickly after transplanting, we do recommend fastening the canes to central wires on the trellis to keep them from blowing over. So you might not be able to see that very well in the images here, but you'll see the red plastic tags sort of up at the top of the cane and then about halfway through. And that's basically fastened to a central wire to give them a little bit more support. This is also a nice time point to finish installing the trellis. We see that lateral growth happens really, really quickly after you pull the canes out of dormancy. And so it's worth investing that time early on so that you're not caught off guard once things start going. Drippers can also be stuck into our pots immediately following installment in the tunnel. And managing that irrigation schedule starts right from day one. And so we are going to have a few chapters dedicated to irrigation scheduling and management in the guide that I highly recommend anyone check out if you are interested in this system. And so as the crop gets going, it's worth paying attention to a few indicators to help establish a baseline for new producers. And so looking at things like cane height, cane caliber, and percent bud break are going to give some information on the quality of the canes as well as what the future plant performance may be like. So yield potential is set at the nursery stage, and so it's worthwhile knowing what the maximum or ideal performance of those canes could be before they've been too heavily influenced by the growing environment. So in terms of that maximum potential, you can only reach that potential. There's no going over that. And keeping an eye on these things, cane height, caliber, bud break, this also serves as a quality check of your nursery stock. And so that can be very useful when you're just starting out, when you're comparing different varieties and when you're comparing different suppliers as well. So those target values that I had alluded to, we're looking at cane height between 1.4 and 1.7 meters, depending on the variety chosen. And we expect about 60% bud break. The cane caliber is also worth looking at. So canes that are too thin might not be able to sustain a heavy yield, and canes that are too thick might trend towards a more dense vegetative canopy. So all of these are sort of just quality things to keep an eye on, just to make sure that you're getting a good sort of start at the beginning, and you can really just work to realize that maximum potential. And so once we start seeing that lateral growth, we of course become vulnerable to pests and disease. And so long cane raspberries are a little bit different than traditional field berry crops, and that yearly spray schedules are not necessarily applicable to this system. So registered products available don't necessarily have a lot of systemic action, so meaning that a lot of the products are applied either when conditions are conducive to pest or disease development or in response to early scouting efforts. And so where scouting is highly important for any crop, it's especially important where you don't have that baseline production already applied to the plants. And cultural practices are going to become even more highly important as well. So one of the major diseases we're looking for right out of storage is Phytophthora. And so this fungus causes root rot in red raspberries and typically shows itself during the first heat of the season, where the canes will suddenly wilt and turn brown. And so while there are limited options for tackling this in long cane, a potassium phosphate-based solution is a solid option that should be applied right after planting to help treat any canes that may be carrying infection. So 5 to 10 liters approximately of potassium phosphate can be added to a 1,000 liter tank, typically or B tank, to be administered through drip alongside normal fertigation to protect the roots against this fungus. We're going to go full steam ahead here. Next up on our list is botrytis. So as you'll notice in the last slide, Phytophthora is very much an early season thing that we're looking out for. Botrytis is going to be much more of a full season issue. So we can see this right as we pull the canes out of storage. We can see it during lateral growth, and we can also see it impacting the fruit as well. So to start us off properly, you're going to pull the canes out of storage, and an early application of fungicide is not a bad idea, just to sort of put a stop to anything that might be sitting there. Let me see here. So botrytis should be scouted throughout the entirety of the season, colonizes any part of the cane, which I had sort of alluded to, can cause blossom blight, pre-harvest rot, post-harvest storage rot, and cane infections. It's highly linked to environmental management. So really looking after your humidity, especially when we have significant fluctuations in moisture during spring, summer, fall. You really need to be on top of venting, air movement, really making sure that that humidity isn't just left untapped. And that kind of hits to our irrigation management as well. You don't want to be putting too much water into the system to help things like this establish. So it is a bit of a well-rounded approach to kind of keep this back. And so no single control measure alone will be effective to control the disease. Effective timing and the use of fungicides are critical to its management. Picking fruit during the coolest part of the day and cooling it quickly should help to maintain shelf life and quality. Maintaining a 1.5 to 2 day picking schedule is also important, and always remembering to remove the infected fruit from the field at the time of picking, and make sure that your cull piles are located a good distance away from the crop and not just serving as a disease source. Last thing I want to mention here about botrytis is that we do have resistance to several frac groups in other areas of the world. So maintaining that fungicide effectiveness is very important through proper rotation. So one disease that I do want to talk a bit about, and most of us have likely heard from our neighborly apple growers, is fire blight. So this rarely takes hold in raspberry crops. However, it is highly infectious and can be devastating if left unchecked. So tight scouting for typical fire blight symptoms is crucial for keeping the disease under control, as commonly used pesticides cannot really save us for this. So this disease can be carried on farm from the nursery or can happen in situ from nearby sources. And infection can take place through insect-derived wounds, so it's important to keep an eye on insects in the tunnels before flowering, just to try to limit that infection. And so when we are limited to products we have available, focusing on the growing environment is one of the best tools we have to reduce the impact of the disease. So similar to botrytis, humidity management is going to be huge for this one. So the higher the humidity, the higher the temperatures, the more of this bacterial ooze we're going to see forming. And this ooze is highly contagious and a very easy avenue for this disease to be spread throughout the crop. Over-fertilization is a culprit of increasing the speed that the bacteria sort of colonize and spread as well. especially where we have a lot of open wounds, whether that is through insect damage or crop management. So we have the shepherd's crook photo was the first one to pop up. That's pretty diagnostic. And then we talked a little bit about the ooze on the second photo. And the third photo on the bottom here is looking at how an infected flower truss might look following bloom infection vectored by a pollinator. And so the best things that we can do in addition to managing our fertility and managing our humidity is looking after insect pests, destroying wild stock of plants that could be harboring disease nearby, and making sure that those nursery plants are coming from a reputable source. Next up, we're going to talk about powdery mildew. I'm sure that we've all had some sort of experience with powdery mildew. It's pretty much everywhere. It is infrequent of field raspberries, but is commonly found in high tunnel systems. So we didn't have much of an issue with that throughout the pilot program, knock on wood. But I think it's worth just mentioning that it is around. So powdery mildew typically grows on plant surfaces as opposed to within the tissue, and it does decrease that photosynthetic area and removes sugars from the plant. And basically both of those things are going to impact your berry production in the end. So for this guy, keep an eye on the irrigation, sort of similar messaging as the other diseases, as well as look at ventilation. If the problem does persist, weekly fungicide applications may be required. So a lot of the fungicides used for botrytis are also registered for powdery mildew. And if anyone wants a complete spray program for powdery mildew, Perennia's website has some awesome resources there. So as we get towards the end of the season, there's a couple other things we want to be looking for. One thing that kind of caught us off guard was the damage caused by birds. This was mostly hummingbirds and a few starlings, where they were basically going after the ripe fruits. You can see in the photo, they're not consuming the berry entirely, but obviously they're damaging it past the point where it could be used for anything else. So the best thing, when it comes to keeping out the birds, the use of netting is an option to try to keep them from getting in the space at all. But the issue with netting is that it does significantly decrease airflow into and out of the space. And so where a lot of our other disease issues are so tightly linked to airflow, this might not be the best solution. So we implemented the use of sound machines. That worked well to deter them. Literature suggests combining that with a visual deterrent and making sure that those things are in place before the birds even get comfortable with the space or really realize what's there. Obviously, I can't talk about soft berry pest and disease without mentioning spotted wing Drosophila. So this is a relatively small invasive vinegar fly that causes significant damage to a wide range of soft fruits. It does its damage by laying eggs in ripening fruit before it fully matures. Those larvae develop and feed on the inside of the fruit. And that will basically decrease the fruit's shelf life and decrease the marketable yield for those fruits. And so the red solo cup is a common tool for population monitoring. Once a fly has been captured, unless that crop is going to be harvested within the next few days, treatment should begin on all susceptible plantings. And when I say that, I mean basically any planting that has ripe fruit on it. And maintaining a clean crop is crucial for population management as well. So making sure that you're sticking to your harvest schedule. Anything that is ripe or overripe is definitely removed, and keeping those cull piles far away from your crop. One last thing we're going to talk about here is mites. So this is sort of a full season pest, not necessarily restricted to the end of the season. And it's a very common one to find in protected systems. So they can be found on the underside of leaves using a 10 to 20 magnifying lens. And they're typically going to be greenish yellow with 2 distinctive dark spots on their back. Symptoms become apparent as the populations rise to extremely high levels. So things like webbing and things like the speckling in these photos, once you see them, there's a lot more there than you really want to have in the first place. So as was sort of mentioned earlier in the presentation, scouting for this is really, really important, as it is for all of the other pest and disease that we talked about. So these are relatively localized. Populations are obviously going to start out at a relatively low level, and early detection is going to be key. And so these early season mites, they're usually controlled using miticides. Selecting the most appropriate product should be based on the stage of the 2 spotted spider mites found, just to maximize the impact of that intervention. So something that's going to work well on the adults is not necessarily going to target the juveniles the way that we would like it to, and we might still see that population cycling happening. So Perennia's Raspberry Spray Guide outlines the options surrounding specific products that you can use against 2-spot. And as bloom and harvest then approaches, many growers will switch from chemical interventions to the release of biological control agents. And so where these controlled environments are very conducive for 2-spot, they're also conducive for the survival of predators of 2-spot. And so predators are great, but they're not going to basically tackle a large population. So if you see symptoms like in this photo, beneficial insects are not going to be your saving grace. And the success of these predators is highly dependent on the timing of release and crop stage. Typically, you'll see multiple releases to establish control, as well as establish that predator population in your crop. I think the last thing I will say here is that, we see the damage on the spots. Obviously, these leaves are no longer photosynthetic. These leaves can become necrotic and can result in defoliation in extreme cases. As I mentioned, they thrive in high temperature environments, so this is a very common one to see in protected production. So I'm not going to take too much time from Mr. Murray here, but just a couple more pests worth mentioning here. So we also have things like aphids, thrips, tarnished bug, leaf hoppers, and so much more. So as I mentioned, keep an eye for our long cane raspberry production guide coming hopefully by the end of the month. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Awesome. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? If not, I have one. Do you guys, I know that this raspberry long cane production is relatively new to Nova Scotia, but do you guys happen to have like a ballpark of the cost of production for these types of systems?
Yeah, so we tried to collect some of that preliminary information over the last few years just to kind of wrap our heads around it a little bit. I think we can all agree, though, that it's been a rough couple years in terms of the inflation and COVID pricing. So while we're trying to collect that information, we also realize it's probably not the most representative of what it might be. And also just realizing that there is a bit of a learning curve. So, when you look at costs for things like labor or even management, like as we're learning about the crop and how to manage the crop, we're not necessarily working as efficiently as we would like to be. So it's definitely something we're going to continue to build over time and hopefully have a much more accurate representation of how much it costs to implement a system like this.
Okay, so like anyone who'd be interested could talk to you about what that cost would look like right now if they were interested in putting up a system or seeing kind of what the investment would look like.
Yeah, absolutely. Reach out to me for sure. We can have a discussion about it. Site specifically, do you need more of a structure, less of a structure, all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm happy to talk to anybody who is interested.
Awesome. Is there any other questions? If not, thank you very much for taking time to present today. And I will turn the stage over to Sunny.
Hi, Lana, how you doing?
Good, good. I assume you have your presentation to share, or am I supposed to have that?
No, I think I got it here.
Awesome. Great.
There we go. How's everything looking?
Great. Everything looks good.
Okay, great. I guess we'll jump right into it then. As Lana mentioned, my name is Sonny Murray. I'm the berry crop specialist for Perennial Food and Agriculture based out of Kentville. Just wanted to thank Alana and Allison for inviting me to present today. When we were discussing our topic for today, I was supposed to present on fungicide programs for the berry crops. But as I was putting my presentation together this morning, I quickly realized that, we really can't do a deep dive into those fungicide programs until we address some other issues, and there seems to be a lot of them this year. So instead, I'm going to go off script here a little bit and talk about random things in the berry world that are coming up. Through the presentation, I will talk about raspberries, strawberries, and high bush blueberries. So if you're a grower of one of those three crops, there should be something in here for you. To jump right in, Beta Mix, which was a post-emergent herbicide on strawberries that was gaining quite a bit of popularity over the last few years. It's been pulled from the market by its manufacturer. The manufacturer has a lot of trouble finding the base raw ingredients to make that product. So if you do have some in storage, you can continue to use it until you use up that supply, but you're not going to be able to purchase any. So as a result of this leaves a little bit of a hole in our herbicide program. So as I mentioned previously, Beta Mix was a non-residual post-emergent product used in the establishment year of those strawberries. So hopefully everybody's seen this table before. I've been using it for quite a while. This outlines what a herbicide schedule should look like for strawberries in that planting establishment year. So at the top, you have the different timings through the growing season that you could put a herbicide on. Below that lists all the options that you can use at those timings. Below that, I have what I would call a proposed herbicide program that should work for most growers. What I really like to see is Chateau used directly after planting on those dormant bare root strawberries. This gives you a really nice residual that should last you into the growing season. If this Chateau breaks, where I was using the Beta Mix was to eliminate all those weeds very early on in the seedling stage so that you had a backup plan. So with Beta Mix being removed from the market, we no longer have that backup plan, and we need to rely more heavily on these residual type products. So with Beta Mix, we were allowed to put it on 3 times through the growing season as those young weeds emerged, and it was very critical that we got it on at the seedling stage. So we no longer have Beta Mix, as I'm saying. So we're more relying on these residual products. So start out with Chateau. We can then top up our residual control when we get 4 to 6 weeks out with a very low rate of Synbar. And that Synbar should be should be applied in a light rain to get it washed off the leaf. And we see quite a bit less injury to that strawberry plant when we do that. Later on, I think it's important to again put another very low rate of Synbar on about that Labor Day, and that'll protect us through the fall, keep that field clean through the fall, because often we get a lot of perennials and winter annuals emerging when our rains return in the fall, and by the time I keep calling it Christmas time, but it's by the time those plants go dormant, if we don't have that Labor Day Synbar on, we could have quite a dirty field. So I like to get that Synbar on early fall around Labor Day, and then top it up again with another residual product before we put that straw on at dormancy. One thing I wanted to mention is with a program like this, I think we can eliminate the tillage or cultivation, which I think is very important in those June-bearing strawberry fields. When we do excessive amounts of tillage or cultivation, we're doing 3 things that I think are negative. Tillage breaks down organic matter. It decreases soil structure and decreases internal drainage. So by decreasing drainage, we're making that soil wetter than it really should be. And that's leading to a number of problems like a black root rot. So if we can eliminate that tillage, I think things will stay a little bit drier. We'll have better root health in the long term. It's also quite expensive to do tillage, and we don't have a lot of labor on farm anymore. And you have to also think about bringing more and more weed seeds to the surface. So every time you do a tillage pass, you're bringing up more weed seeds, you're getting another flush of weeds. We can't control those with beta mix anymore. So we're really making the problem worse for us. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox and move on to the next topic. We're seeing a number of weeds crop up in strawberries that I really don't have good solutions for. One of these weeds is a buttercup. Buttercup, again, loves those wet soil, so it'll often start in the wetter areas. And those are the wetter areas are made larger the more tillage we do and break down that soil structure. Buttercup reproduces by seeds, but also long branching stolons that are underground or on the soil surface. It's a perennial, so if you see it one year, it's going to be worse the next year, right? If we don't control it. So it's a perennial. We want to make sure that we have it well controlled before we go in with strawberries into that field. And we want to follow it up as much as we can. Any new germinating plants should be spot sprayed with Roundup. Devernol is somewhat effective on germinating buttercup, and it will take out early young seedlings, but we're only allowed one application of Devernol per year. Keep that in mind. And I think the best timing to put that on, if we're targeting buttercup, is that Labor Day timing again, because as I said, this plant loves wet soil. Our rains are going to return through September, early October, and that's when we get our establishment of this weed. So hopefully we can get the Devernol on during that late summer, early fall period and kind of keep it at bay. The next one that I'm seeing exploding in strawberry fields is cow cockle, white cockle, or bladder campion. I don't know where this weed came from, but last summer I saw a lot of it. It's a perennial weed again, reproducing by seed. And if we really want to get a handle on this weed, we cannot let this weed go to seed because it produces a tremendous number of weeds, tremendous number of seeds. I think it's important to renovate early. I think if we renovate early, we get in there before those seed heads mature and we can knock them off. I think it's very important if we have this weed to go through and hand pull, start clean and stay clean. So make sure we get a handle on it before we plant strawberries into that field and hand remove it if we need to. If we're hand removing it and those seed heads are mature, it's important to pull it and put it in a bag, because as you're carrying this thing off the field, these seed pods, I'll call them, if they're dry, they'll explode and actually expel the seed quite a few meters out of that seed head or seed pod. So pick it, put it in a bag and get it out of there. In forage, there's not a lot of herbicides that are registered for this. In forages, Express is the product of choice if we want to get a handle on it before we get into a strawberry rotation. Shifting gears a little bit, Aragon, which has been registered for quite a few years in field crops, received a registration for raspberries and blackberries, which is quite exciting. There's not a lot of herbicides available that are registered in raspberries and blackberries. It's quite unique in that it's a burn down product for a broadleaf burn down, and then it gives you a nice long residual control. It's great on Canada fleabane, which is becoming a lot more popular in the Maritimes, shepherd's purse, stickweeds, prickly lettuce, hairy gallinsolga, which we have a problem with out around that canning area. Nightshades that seem to be a reoccurring problem around the Berwick area, chickweed, a willow herb. If anybody knows what willow herb is, you know, it has that natural resistance to Roundup. So this product will help you out there. In general, it's better on perennial weeds, but it also gets annuals. So compared to other products, a little bit better on perennial germinating weeds. It also has a label for suppression of dandelion. Very important to know that this product does not get grasses. So right on the label, it says an appropriate pre-emergent or post-emergent grass herbicide must be tank mixed with Aragon for broad spectrum weed control. So keep that in note. So the way this product will be used, it needs to be applied in spring before a bud break. So you're going to apply it to dormant canes. You're going to direct that spray to the base of the crop while targeting emerged broadleaf weeds. We want to limit the drift that gets onto the canes because that will result in crop injury. It's also important to note that with merge, if you really want to get that burning, we need to add merge as an adjuvant with your Aragon. So looking at the other products that are registered and widely used on caneberries, the old standby is Cazeron. Cazeron was a great product, a granular product. It should be applied in the fall, but often people get busy doing other things. They put it on in the spring, and you can run into a lot of crop injury with that product. Still a great product, but is really meant to be applied in fall. Allian is the other product, but Allian only works pre-emergent to the weeds. And Allian's a great product on grasses, but when you get over into the perennials, its effectiveness drops off. And this is where I think Aragon will shine. So how do you put that into a system, right? With all the other options, what's your timing? So again, looking at the same kind of table that we looked at with the strawberries at the top, we have the different application timings through the production window. We have your different options down below. So example program might be Cazeron, and then in the fall, followed up by Aragon in the spring. And of course, if you look at the products that we have mostly here, they're all pre-emergent type products. So you want to get them on before we have a weed problem, right? So Cazeron in the fall, we're then topping up that residual control in the spring with the Aragon. If there are any weeds that come through that Cazeron, Aragon is at least going to burn the top off them and set them back. And then we can use Ignite in season to burn off some of our primocanes and thin that row back. So our options there are Ignite and Aim. Aim can be a little bit weak on grasses sometimes. Of course, our real goal here is to kill the beat back the primocanes as they're coming through. So we can use Ignite there. And then Allian, we can use up until 14 days before harvest. And Post Ultra is listed there as a grass herbicide. It needs to go on at least 37 days or 30 days. Venture was 37 before harvest. So keep that in mind. So that's kind of how it would fit in a total program. Shifting gears again, high bush blueberries. What I'm doing this time of year is I'm working with a lot of high bush blueberry producers about their pruning and how they should be pruning. And what I'm seeing over and over again is we don't have the young whips coming up to replace some of our aging plant structure. And it's because they've burnt off those whips last summer with a post-emergent herbicide, most likely Ignite or something like that. So I think we really need to look at our weed control program for high bush blueberry so that we can maintain some of those whips and have those 2 or 3 years down the road when we need to replace some of those aged canes. So what I would like to see is first thing in the spring, Allium and AIM. AIM isn't so dependent on temperature compared to Ignite. And then as we move into early summer, late spring, we can come back through with Ignite and Callisto. If we see whips there at that time, we really should be leaving the Ignite out or being very careful with its application. We really need to watch our new emerging growth. The other product we can go to at this time is Lontrell. And then if we need to, just before harvest, we can come in with Sandia and Ignite. And then late fall, we can do a real nice cleanup with Roundup and Chateau. Again, most of the products we're using in this system are pre-emergent residual type products. So we need to think about filling in these windows that we control so that we never let the weeds get out of control. If we do that, then we can continue to leave the non-selective products like Ignite and Roundup out of the program and continue to rely on the residual control. One of the troublesome weeds that I'm seeing in high bush blueberries that really makes me nervous is this creeping dog bane. I'm seeing it on a number of farms. It reproduces by seed, but also by underground rhizome. And a lot of the products that are previously talked about, well, all of the products that are previously talked about are not effective on this weed. It really needs to be controlled by wiping and spot spraying, and don't take a laid back approach to this weed at all. You need to hit it full on. It's no good to hand pull this weed, because as soon as you do, those underground rhizomes will wake up and you'll end up with more stems, more density to contend with. Coming up against my time limit, but Magester, we're very excited about this miticide. It just received registration in January of this year. We were really hoping that we'd see cyclamine on the label for this miticide, but collecting efficacy data on cyclamine is just horrid, and I just don't think we've had enough data to include that pest on the label. So it's just received registration. Things that are notable about Magester is that it controls all life stages of mites, eggs, nymphs, adults, and it has a 1-day pre-harvest interval. So if you're in a heated battle on mites, I think your program is going to look similar to it has in other years. You're probably going to start out with an Agramic before you get into harvest. You're going to save Magester for in harvest, because we can only put on one application per year. And then again, you're going to follow up with Agramic post harvest, because we're only allowed 2 applications of Agramic as well. So depending on what species, that may be a miticide program that'll work for you. There's a couple other things that I wanted to talk about, but we'll leave that for another day and try and get things back on course here. I just wanted to promote the vlog that I put out bi-weekly through the berry growing season. If you want to get signed up for that, we have a little discussion bi-weekly about what's coming up in the production cycle. And the other thing that you can sign up for is the high bush blueberry, mummyberry forecasting that I put out weekly through that mummyberry period. More self-promotion coming up on March 29th. We have the berry primer, where we'll touch on a number of berry topics with other speakers. You can sign up by Googling Perennia Learning. That'll take you to the calendar of all of our upcoming webinars. With that, if there's any questions on what I presented today, I'd be happy to address them.
I don't see any questions in the chat. If anyone has any questions, they can unmute themselves. Hearing none, I think the coast is clear.
All right, we're free.
Awesome.
Thanks again for having me.
Yeah, thanks for presenting, Sunny. Really informative. So up next, we have Joannie Bedard from Syngenta. She is going to present on the kind of some of the product lineups for Hort. But she was unable to make it today, so she has pre-recorded her session. And then we have Eric Richter on with us, so he can help with any questions or if he has anything to add at the end of it. So if you bear with me, I'm going to share my screen and I should be able to start her presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm sorry of not being live today with you. So I am Joannie Bedard, Territory Sales Representative at Syngenta. I will present you today a quick review in few specific crops of our crop protection portfolio. So let's see here. So I'm working in Southwest Quebec, around Montreal area, especially in veggies crop and also in strawberries. So I'm working also in row crop. So as a territory sales representative, I am working through all the area. Danica and Sebastien are my two teammates in Quebec. And as you know here, Eric Richter is your territory sales representative in Nova Scotia. We are 6 in the team. So Amanda Walsh is working in the Prince Edward Island and Stéphanie Rio-Thériault is working in New Brunswick, mostly in potatoes. So what Syngenta's team in Hort looks like. So there's a lot of people around Canada. A lot of people are working in potatoes, mostly in the west part. And we have Hank Margraf, that work mostly in orchard in British Columbia. So that's our team. If you have any question, please let us know about a specific crop. We can help you across all Canada. So a quick outline this morning about my presentation. So I will focus on 3 specific crops with you. First one will be strawberries with an example in June bearing, but we might apply those 2 products that I will present in neutral bearing for sure. And a quick review of brassica, and I will finish with apples. So let's begin with strawberries. So the first product I want to present you is Arrondis Gold. Some people might know this product. It's registered since 2 or 3 years. So in strawberry, we focus on water fungus, so mostly Phytophthora root rot or red steel root rot. When should we apply Arrondis Gold in drip? After transplant, because it's 30 days before harvest. So in June berries, we might apply it before, just after transplant, or you can do 2 applications per year. So you can come back after harvest in your strawberries. What else about this product? So I can show you here. It's a premix of 2 Syngenta technology. So you have the group 4 as Ridomil Gold 480, and the group 49 is the Arrondis part in that product. So here, an agronomic slide for you here. So on your left, you will see the Oxatia piprolin, that is the Arrondis. So when you apply Arrondis Gold in your drip, the product will act very quick in the root. So Arrondis will enter easily in the root, same as Ridomil, but will stay longer at the same place. So will protect your root much more longer than Metalaxyl. So your Ridomil 480 will be systemic in your plant, but will be more soluble in water. So will stay less longer in the same area of your drip. So that's why we combine those 2 active together to give you more efficacy against the Phytophthora root rot. Second product is Miravis Prime. So Miravis Prime is registered since the beginning of the Miravis showtime. So 4 years ago, mainly. At the beginning, Miravis Prime was only registered against botrytis, but since this year, we got anthracnose on the label. Miravis Prime is a combination of group 7, so what we say adipidine at Syngenta, so group 7, plus the group 12, so fludioxonil that you may know by Maxim, an old product from Syngenta. So the combination of those two brings a contact fungicide and a systemic xylem, kind of it's a systemic fungicide that we say, but it's mostly translaminar by the adipidine. So we'll stay longer in the cuticle at the same place. So Miravis Prime is a 1-day pre-harvest, so you might apply it whenever you need it in the strawberry sprout. What is doing adipidine? So what I just said the slide earlier. So adipidine goes pretty fast in the wax cuticle, but stays at the same place. So if you want to protect your leaves or fruit, you might apply it directly on it to protect. I will come back with Brassica, with another Miravis brand, that you need to protect all the fruit or the cabbage head because it doesn't move a lot in the plant. So when you apply as a preventive Miravis, it will stay longer in your plant. So here we can see the calendar of application of a Syngenta product in June bearing strawberries. I choose June bearing because it was mainly easier to explain it, but it's good in neutral bearing too. So Arrondis Gold, just after transplant, you might use Arrondis Gold to protect your roots, and then Miravis Prime, the focus application might be against botrytis at the full bloom period, because as you know, botrytis enter in the plant during blooming, so we will protect longer against botrytis. If you have a big pressure of anthracnoses that appear at high temperature, so you might use Miravis Prime as a preventive against anthracnose, and then you can switch. So use another active ingredient again and against anthracnose. So the group 9 in switch product have a curative effect against this disease. So you might keep this technology for a curative effect. We have also in our portfolio Quadristop. I will not present it here today, but Quadristop has xylem systemic, it's moving systemic in the plant against also anthracnose, botrytis, and powdery mildew. So you might choose this option in combination with the other product. So here we can show you the shelf life of Miravis Prime. So so the fludioxonil, the group 12 in that product is very good for quality, harvest quality. So we can see here that there's less anthracnose and less botrytis with Miravis after a Miravis Prime treatment. So we passed through Brassica, so now I will talk about Miravis Duo. So the difference between Miravis Duo and Miravis Prime is that the same group 7 is in the same product, but in Miravis Duo we have the group 3, so the difeconazole that you might know in Quadristop product, Aproflotop product, and it's the active ingredient in Inspire. So if you're working in Apple, you might know Inspire. So in brassica veg, Miravis Duo is registered against Alternaria and powdery mildew. Don't forget to apply a non-ionic surfactant with brassica veg and bulb veg to let the product enter in the cuticle, in the waxy cuticle. So there you go. So why should we use Miravis or Syngenta adipidine in active ingredient compared to other group 7 from our competitor? So you can see here that when we apply less product, we will have a better efficacy against Alternaria solani on that picture. So you can see on your left, that there's a lot of disease as untreated, and with only 0.01 ppm, we have a good efficacy against Alternaria solani compared to other competitor. So it is a high activity against several stages of the fungus life. So not only sporulation, but mycelial growth too. So here, just want to show you a picture of the disease control by Miravis Duo. So here on the graph, we can see the efficacy of Miravis Duo compared to Quadris, or if you prefer, compared to Quadristop. So both of those active ingredients are working pretty well on Alternaria in brassica. Quick word on Bravo. So since we reevaluate this product, people might use this product a bit less, but it's still good in the calendar of application because it is less expensive. It is a good protectant, and it is a multi-site action. So very good to include it in your rotation group to prevent fungicide resistance. So you can see on your left the weather stick technology in Bravo ZN. So here, if I can present to you my calendar of applications suggested by Syngenta in brassica. So we will focus on fungicide here. So if there's a low pressure of disease, we will keep probably Bravo ZNC or multi-site fungicide as the first application. You probably don't apply fungicide until you will see Alternaria or other disease in the field when you're growing brassica, but there's two thinking of application. So if you want to apply earlier in the season because pressure is heavier, you might choose Quadristop because group 11 are moving very systemic by the xylem in the plant, so it will move into the new growth. If you're not having a lot of problem of Alternaria during the head growing season, you might choose Miravis Duo to protect the healthy plant during season. You can choose also Quadristop at the end of the season for the opposite reason, because if you're doing storage cabbage, you might choose Quadristop for because the product will move through the plant to as a productive fungicide for storage. So a quick word about thiamethoxam reval. So it's affecting Minecto Duo and Actara at Syngenta. So in brassica vegetable, so you see on the calendar here, so people might use this insecticide to control cabbage maggot. But since the reval, we decrease the active ingredient that is registered in those two products. So now it is 90 grams of ingredient active per hectare compared to 120. So since then, a lot of pests are removed of the label. So only aphids and flea beetle are still on the label. So it might not be a good product to control a lot of pests in your situation. So this change are effective on March 31st of this year. So you might not use Actara and Minecto Duo as you did the past year. Passing through apple, so the last crop of this conference. So Inspire Super, the same group 3 as I talked about all the 10 last minute. So Inspire Super is a combination of group 3 and group 9 to control a lot of disease in plum fruit. So apple, like apple scab, powdery mildew are 2 big disease in your area. So Inspire Super might get sustainable protection in your rotation of active ingredient. In apple, I know that you are using a lot of group 3 and 9 and 7, and then you are using a lot of multicide fungicide. I know since the reval of Manzate and Captain, you might need to take other decision of application, and this is why Inspire Super might be interesting in your fungicide application. So what Inspire Super can procure to your farm? So the group 3 and group 9 are mostly curative and eradicant fungicide, so they might work as a curative on any of the scab and powdery mildew fungus. So we want to choose this fungicide before the disease appears. So here, when we see infection and mycelium growth, it's before our eyes can see the disease. So we might apply this fungicide early in the season. Scab appear pretty soon in the season, so Inspire Super is a good option to integrate earlier in the season. Group 9 is pretty effective at low temperature, so it stays longer in the plant, so you might choose it after your oil application. Aprovia, so our second group 7, so we have the adipidine, like the Miravis brand, as a group 7, and Aprovia is the solatenol technology, so another group 7 from Syngenta. It works pretty well on apple scab too and powdery mildew, so you can integrate a group 7 alone, so Aprovia alone, or we have also Aprovia top with our group 3 that you can use in your active ingredient, your rotation. So Aprovia, it stays longer in the plant, same as the adipidine. So it's a good strategy when there's a lot of rain outside, or when we want, when protective or multicide fungicide are not effective as long as we want. So Aprovia is a very good product to include. Just want to show you here compared to competitors, so we can see when there's high scab pressure, the efficacy of Aprovia and other competitor, that is pretty good. And also when low scab when scab pressure is low, we are all similar, but Aprovia is still close to 100% efficacy against this disease. Quick word on Allegro, so our famous group 29. You were not using this product a lot before the reval of Manzate and Captain. Allegro is a good product to add in this strategy because it is not a multicide. It is a group 29, but act like a multicide. So it's very good to include this between our group 3, 9, and 7 in the application. Just be careful about about when you're applying oil. So we don't want to mix Allegro with oil in tank mix, but you can for sure mix Allegro with other product if you want to increase the efficacy to other disease that are on the label. For your information, Allegro, it is a fungicide, but add a nice efficacy against mites. So if we are looking for the mites timing application, it might have a good efficacy on it. So here you can see the calendar of application in Apple. We say East Canada because our disease are probably not the same as West. So we had Allegro just after our oil application, so just at green tip or a little bit after that. Then we are coming at tight cluster with Inspire Super in our rotation, and then we will change our ingredient active to use another one and coming for a group 7 in this timing application. So you will take a multicide fungicide between those applications to help you to control your apple scab and powdery mildew. So this is it. As you can see here, we have a lot of insecticide that are registered also in Apple. For your information, I talked about Miravis Duo earlier in Brassica, but Miravis Duo is also registered in Apple. So if you want to use another group 7 as another group to switch with Approvia, so you can use the adipidine technology also. So Miravis Duo might be at the same timing area than Approvia. So that's it. Thanks for listening this morning. I think Eric will be able to answer your question if you have some, or if he's not, we can answer it by email, so I can ask my teammate around Canada if you have specific question about product or about the calendar of the production or what you need to answer. So thank you very much. I appreciate to be here with you. So thank you.
Awesome. Eric, I don't know if we have a bit of time before the next presenter. So I don't know if you have anything to add or if anyone has any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Alana. No, appreciate you maybe be wondering why Joannie had made the presentation. So for support in the Maritimes, including Nova Scotia, and working with the Truro Agrimart team, I came in with row crop specialists and a good base and experience. Have done a lot of learning with potatoes and then low bush blueberries. But in terms of specialty hort, Syngenta about 3-4 years ago looked at that market and said that we needed to increase our support for growers, including in the Annapolis Valley and parts of Nova Scotia. And what we've tried to do here is Joannie was hired on in of course, the Quebec area near south of Montreal, as she described, but she came to the team with the incredible knowledge and experience already being in the retail sector with specialty hort. And so even with the her experience, what we'd like to do here is work with the Truro team, with you as growers in Nova Scotia, and draw on Joannie's expertise in particularly that segment. And so we are planning Joannie to accompany the Truro team on grower calls and other functions. So maybe just a little bit of background there, Alana, to help those on the call understand what we're trying to do. And certainly Joannie looks forward to working with the Truro Agrimart team and hort growers in the Valley in particular.
Awesome. Yeah, it's nice to have her on. she's great to get right back to us. So that's super helpful as well. And to have you on the row crop side, it's a great matchup.
Well, thanks for the opportunity, and it looked like all the technology worked fairly well. So thanks
Yes.
again for the opportunity.
No problem. Thanks for being on here, Eric. So if anyone has any questions regarding Joanne's presentation, feel free to shuffle them along in the chat, or if you think of them later on, we can either direct them to Eric or send them on to Joanne yourself and make sure we get back to you.
Be fine. That's great. Thanks, Lana. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. So our final presentation of the morning before we break for lunch is Christy, and I think she's on. Yeah, I see her on there. So she's going to touch on some powdery mildew, and I think most of it will be in the apples. But if anyone has any questions regarding different crops, she can do her best to answer or help us guide to someone else. So I will let Christy take it away.
Wonderful. Thanks. Am I coming through okay for sound?
Yep. Sounds good. Looks great.
Wonderful. Okay. Thanks for the invite, Elena. I really appreciate this. And hello, everybody. It's nice to join you. Like these virtual opportunities gives us a nice chance to connect. So yeah, I'm going to be focusing primarily on apples. That is my background. I'm the IPM specialist for apples in Ontario. And just since I am a new face to I'm sure very many of you, I just to kind of give you an idea of where I'm coming from. I'm down right now in Simcoe, Ontario. So down right on the north shore of Lake Erie. But I'm the IPM specialist for apples for the province. So we've got kind of our 5 main growing regions you can see on the map there. And so we really vary in terms of climate. We have, some areas that are extremely dry, and we have some areas that have, extremely mild winters. And the complete opposite in other areas. So our management for powdery mildew is really varied across the province, but it's definitely our movement towards much more susceptible varieties has led us to a pretty extensive powdery mildew program that we have to deal with. So today I just it's gonna make sure that we're all kind of on the same page, just kind of covering what is powdery mildew and its biology and activity, because the timing where a lot of our Ontario growers are getting caught is letting some gaps in the fungicide program for other disease that we deal with, that we then let powdery mildew slip through. So it's about understanding kind of how powdery mildew works, what conditions are really conducive to its development. And then I'll finish up with just talking about some of the cultural and chemical controls that we could utilize. So first things first, so powdery mildew is a fungus. Most know of it as affecting the shoots and the new leaves, but it overwinters in the buds. I'll talk about that in just a little bit, but it can overwinter in fruit buds as well. So you can get infection of blossoms, and in really extreme cases where we've got high powdery mildew pressure, then you'll also see that infection affecting fruit too. So it would be a superficial fruit finish, or changing kind of the shape and size of the fruits. So the biggest thing, because it does impact that new growth, then you're going to impact the vigor and the overall tree structure with really high pressure situations. The other thing too, and again, we'll get into this in a little bit, but those infected buds and shoots then do have a significantly lower winter hardiness. So you do get quite a bit of winter damage if you have some colder winters. The important thing though with powdery mildew is to know that it's considered an obligate biotroph. And so basically what this means is that the fungus only grows on living tissue, and actively growing tissue. So once you get terminal bud set, powdery mildew is not an issue. But that said, in Ontario, we're starting to get, the fall is our new summer, and we're getting these new flushes of growth in the late summer and into the fall. And so with that new growth, if the conditions are right, then powdery mildew can come back into play again. So anytime there is active new growth, then it's a risk, which is why things like non-bearing blocks in nurseries, where you're having really, really intense shoot growth throughout the entire year, they can be extremely susceptible to powdery mildew. So I'm just going to kind of start through all the different symptoms that we kind of deal with. So now the first thing is to understand that powdery mildew is going to be overwintering in those buds. So they're in the vegetative buds, they're also in the fruit buds, depending on, your previous year's infection. So that is what's going to be considered your primary infection. That's what's starting off the year, and those spores are going to move to all of the new actively growing tissue in the orchard. So from those dormant buds, you can see the picture here is kind of showing what a typical powdery mildew infection looks like. They're quite kind of shriveled and feathered appearance. Oftentimes you can see that kind of white chalkiness that's over the shoot. It's not always really obvious, but sometimes you can see it. And the thing is with these overwintering buds is that the infected buds actually break dormancy later than the healthy buds. And so then that puts things at even more risk, because then there's actively grown green tissue as soon as those spores start to be released. And I've just got kind of another picture just to show, this is the time everybody's out right now doing some dormant pruning. And so they're kind of looking around to see what they can find. So there is, it can be relatively easy to see when you know what you're looking for and when you're up close. Powdery mildew is not something that you're going to necessarily see as you walk down the rows and you kind of can clip it off as you see it. It can sometimes go pretty undetected, but you can see kind of the difference. On the left, there is an example of what a healthy bud would look like as it's starting to open, compared to those powdery mildew infected buds that are, again, quite shriveled, feathered looking. And if those break, if they survive to the winter, if those break, then you would have those shoots would be infected with powdery mildew, and that would provide that source of inoculum. So now the leaf symptoms are the typical powdery mildew symptoms that we would see. And so, as per the name, then there are these kind of white patches that develop. Typically, you're going to see it on the bottom side of the leaf, and that's because the cuticle isn't as developed on the bottom side. And so it's easier to kind of get a hold and germinate. But eventually those leaves, they can sometimes change color. You can see in that bottom picture that they kind of curl up and they can get a little bit purplish, reddish color. Sometimes they can go brown and get quite brittle. And in really severe cases, then you get defoliation that occurs. And you can see in this picture just another example of that chalkiness. It's not that this picture is washed out. It really is that bright and white. And so those spores can really overtake the leaves, and you can see, the drastic difference between, those powdery mildew infected leaves versus the healthier leaves below. And then this is an example here of what that primary infection would look like. So this was a shoot that was infected last season. And then as the bud broke and the shoot started to develop, then you can see those infected leaves, and they're quite brittle. They're very narrow in size. A lot of times the inner nodes are reduced with those infected shoots. And though that is going to be the source of inoculum then that's going to affect everything else. So now I mentioned that they do overwinter in the buds. So it can be the vegetative buds, like what you just saw there with the shoots, but what they can also do is actually infect the fruit buds too. And so in that case, then you can start to see as those blossoms develop, you'll see, things that are distorted blossoms. You'll have, improperly formed blossoms. If they are able to get through pollination, then you'll start to get some, distorted fruitlets developing and that sort of thing. But typically, powdery mildew infected blossoms usually abort. So you're not going to get any fruit set in those blossoms. But if they do go through, then you can get that infected fruit. So the issues that you see on the fruit come from that blossom infection over bloom time. So the fruit sometimes, as it develops, is kind of that misshapen, deformed sort of size, often quite small. But more oftentimes, especially in Ontario, what we see is this kind of appearance that you see on the screen, where it's almost this kind of russeted lattice appearance that goes across the fruit. And this can really easily be mistaken with spray burn or frost damage, something that's really similar. But yeah, that's for us, it's kind of the distinguishing feature is that kind of lacy pattern that shows up from the russeting. So just talking about now kind of that life cycle, we've touched briefly on, you know, how it overwinters. I'm going to walk through this here. So we're going to start down at the bottom here. As I mentioned already about the spores are overwintering right now. They're in those infected shoots from last year. So that infection that you have in the season is what's going to carry forward for you for the next year. So as those trees start to wake up, that's when the spores start to develop and mature. And as the shoot develops, then the spores are going to be released. So right now they're inside those buds, whether that's vegetative or fruit. And then from there, as things start to develop in that early season and that green tissue starts to develop, then what you start to get are these chains of conidia. And you can see in the center here, I'm hoping that you can see my mouse moving. So you get these long chains of conidia that kind of are produced from the surface of the tissue, whatever it is, typically the leaf tissue, and they're dispersed by wind. So that conidia is what's going to spread throughout the orchard, and it's going to affect all of the new developing tissue. So from there, it's going to land on the leaves, it's going to land on the developing fruitlets, all of those sort of things. And you'll start to get that secondary infection. So primary infection comes from the overwintering buds. Secondary infection is the infection that happens throughout the year. That's going to continue again because it is that obligate biotroph, then it's going to be on the actively growing tissue. That cycle is going to keep going with a secondary infection right up until terminal set. So once you stop with any of that new growth that's coming in the orchard, that's when your powdery mildew risk drops down. But it can, as I said before, it can pick back up again if at any time you start to get more growth in the orchard happening. So those buds, whatever, once you get that terminal set, whatever shoots are affected, then those buds that develop for next year are going to have those spores inside the scales, and they're just going to be sitting there waiting to then break the following year. So in terms of kind of the risk time, what's considered a conducive conditions for powdery mildew infection, it really is kind of a warmer season pest, but not too warm. So that's why we start to see it pretty early in the season. So ideal timing is kind of 19 to 22 degrees, but infection can happen basically anytime from 10 degrees on if you get that really good humidity that's enough for germination. Anything above 30 degrees, though, once it starts to get warm, then it really slows down. And once you hit 30 degrees and higher, then there's, it tends to kind of dry up and stay put. But so that warmer early season is really ideal for powdery mildew. The important thing is, and I mentioned this really briefly at the beginning, is that powdery mildew is a dry weather pest. So unlike things like apple scab, it's not going to be active when you've got rain. In fact, the rain is going to wash off those spores. And so a lot of times that powdery mildew gets a hold in those seasons where we've got a bit of a dry period or a bit of a lag in our scab program. And that's when powdery mildew gets a hold. So when you're thinking of your management and where to focus your time, a wet year would be scab, absolutely. But in a dry year or during dry periods, that's your powdery mildew time. The other thing that I've got here is just to mention about the overwintering buds. And I did mention before about that winter hardiness gets reduced. Now, if you start to have winters, not sure how Nova Scotia has been so far with how many days they've been below minus 24, but here in Ontario, we've had very few. And that's been the case for the last couple of years as well. So infected buds, mildew infected buds, they're going to have a hardiness of minus 24, whereas healthy buds, we're talking probably about what, minus 26, minus 30, that most varieties can be able to handle. So they tend to, you can have more winter kill with a colder winter. We in Ontario, because we've had such mild winters over the last couple of years, we've had extreme issues with powdery mildew for the last 3 summers, and really trying to chase it. And it's because of that mild winter and then starting off right into a good season for powdery mildew. So, so it's something to consider if you're going into if you're coming out of a mild winter and going into a dry season, that is going to be your prime powdery mildew time. So I've just got, I'm going to get kind of a little bit into some of the cultural controls. I just want to kind of bring up that there are some variation. There's some variation in cultivar susceptibility. I've just pulled out this by no means is an exhaustive list here. I've just pulled out a couple varieties that may kind of pique your interest of the variability that we have. Our typical, the go-to blocks when we're trying to scout and see what the situation is with powdery mildew, I would, without a doubt, go into something like an Ida Red block or a Ginger Gold, certainly Paula Red as well, but also seeing it in some of our really high, higher acreage crops, things like our Gala and our Honeycrisp. Ambrosia tends to be a little bit more resistant to powdery mildew, but doesn't mean that I haven't seen it in there before. It's just not necessarily one that I would go to for scouting to see what our situation is. The difficult part is that there really is very little that is resistant to powdery mildew. At least not that is of a consumer preference. So most of our varieties that really are what the retailers are looking for are going to be susceptible to powdery mildew. But if you have the opportunity of being able to select more resistant varieties, then that is a good an effective way to be able to help manage things. The other thing is that I mentioned about, going through right now and doing some dormant pruning is being able to remove those infected shoots where you see them. Again, it's not necessarily an easy practice to do. It's something that can be easily missed unless they have that really obvious chalky appearance, or the buds you can see in this picture, the buds are quite feathery and it really stands out. Removing those as you're going through in dormant pruning. But the pruning itself is not kind of a be all end all for powdery mildew control, but it does help. And certainly the usual cultural practices with pruning in terms of opening up the canopy and allowing for air drying and really thorough coverage is of course always important. The biggest thing, though, really has to do in terms of the escapes for powdery mildew, really has to do with kind of the fungicide programs and what's being applied and when it's being applied. So this is especially important right now because we are facing, it was just mentioned already in the previous presentation about, the loss of group M's. And so how are things like our apple scab and our summer disease programs are changing. And what choices we're left with. And a lot of the choices that we're left with are single site fungicides. And so how to manage rotation with those and resistance management, and really choosing products that are effective at the right periods of time. So what we've been seeing, kind of the main causes for powdery mildew outbreaks, that mild winter issue, the fact that they can overwinter and they're ready to go in the spring. So if you're experiencing a mild winter, you're going to probably have some higher pressure to deal with early in the season. That inadequate early season spray program. So having products, and I'm going to talk about this in just a couple slides, but putting on products that are effective against powdery mildew. A lot of our group M's, so things like Mancozeb and Captan, do not have efficacy against powdery mildew. So putting those on early spring for scab, of course, is important, but also thinking about what is going to be your scab management program in addition to that. I mentioned already about the relaxed spray programs during dry weather. So, if it's not really a scab year, sometimes it's easy to think about just kind of backing off on the spray intervals. But if powdery mildew is an issue, if it's a problem historically in your orchard, then keeping, a routine interval is really important even during those dry conditions. The other thing too, just to kind of mention that we are starting to see some development of resistance. There's nothing that has been fully confirmed and documented, because powdery mildew is a really difficult disease to try and measure resistance from. But there's some indications that populations are beginning to shift, and that's been, you know, both across Canada as well as in the Northeast US. So primarily group 3s and group 11s. But there is, you know, certainly more of a risk, especially now that we're moving away from some of our protectant fungicides, and relying a little bit more heavily on those single sites. Then resistance certainly is becoming more of an issue. So in terms of then that chemical control, so this is primary infection coming from those overwintering buds. The secondary infection is what's happening on all of that new foliage. So the fungicides that you're applying are targeting that new foliage. It's not going to do, once it's in the buds, it's not going to do anything for you. So you're targeting that spread to the new tissue, which is why that early intervention is so important. So tight cluster, thinking something about like a 7 to 10 day interval from tight cluster until terminal set. And that's throughout, whether the conditions are wet or dry, you're maintaining that spray program with your fungicides. From a chemical choice, like the classes that control powdery mildew, and again, I'll have a few more slides with this, really are kind of our conventional disease groups, so groups 3s, group 7s, and 11s, but also sulfur, and I'm going to talk about that in just a sec. Group 1, Senator, it is an option for powdery mildew, but at least in Ontario, we do have, you know, some long-term resistance to benylate, which belongs to the same group 1. And that's in particular with apple scab. So there is a bit of a movement away from using it out of concerns with some of those older orchards. Newer orchards, it's not so much of a concern. But Senator is usually more of something that we put on over bloom time for managing black rot, not necessarily something that would be really focused on a powdery mildew control. There's also a lot of biologicals that are available for powdery mildew. Oils is a really common thing, a weekly summer oil many people use to manage powdery mildew. Same with Serenade. Buran is the garlic extract, Regalia, and Oxidate, which is a hydrogen peroxide. So it's a surface sterilant. So there's some options there for doing it, but really the key timing is that pre-bloom during dry conditions. So I'm just going to kind of show two sort of key timings. First being green tip to tight cluster. So as I mentioned before, the group M, the protectant products, are not going to be effective against powdery mildew. So if you're going in with mancozeb or you're in Captan or anything like that, you're not necessarily getting very good control of powdery. So you'll want to start to think about, once you get into that, you know, late green tip and into tight cluster time, then you're thinking about what other products to start to incorporate. One of the main ones, what a lot of growers in Ontario do, is a low rate of sulfur. So just talking about something like 3 to 5 kilograms per hectare. So not, I mean, the label I think is upwards of 22 or so kilograms. So not doing that labeled rate, just keeping a very low rate of sulfur in every spray that they're putting on. So that really is the most effective to be able to help that early season. I've just got, you know, Psyllitt Scala is kind of an early season scab program that some people might do, but just noting that those don't have efficacy against powdery mildew. If it is a wet, cool spring, then perhaps considering things like the Inspire Super or Luna Tranquility, which are products that work really well in that cooler weather. And they do, because of the additions of the group 3 or the group 7, then they do have efficacy against powdery mildew, as opposed to, say, using Scala by itself. So, you know, if you are using just something like a mancozeb, oh, I apologize, it's jumping ahead on me. If you're using anything like a mancozeb, then perhaps putting in the sulfur, but otherwise then having those 3s or 7s in there to help, then can give you some management. The other thing too is Buran, that again, that's that garlic extract. Now it is a cool season fungicide. So anything less than 22 degrees Celsius, that's when you're going to get the longest residual for Buran. And now the thing is that it gets a little complicated, because with Buran, the application timing for scab is post-infection. The application timing for powdery mildew is preventative. So it depends on what part you're targeting or what's going on in terms of if it's wet or dry, then you're thinking about your application timing for buran, because that's going to be a little bit altered depending on the target pest. As you get further into that tight cluster, you can start thinking a little bit more about things like your SDHIs, so the Fontellus, the Circatus, Excalia, those sort of things, and being able to start to incorporate those. But really, I feel that saving those into that pink to first cover timing and having a rotation between your groups 3s, 7s, and 11s are really effective, because as we all know, you're not just dealing with one disease at a single time, you're dealing with a whole disease complex. And so really trying to get, your biggest bang for your buck with the product choice that you're using is really going to be effective. So you're starting to think about, you've got your scab and powdery mildew products, but then you're also thinking what's going to give you management for things like black rot, getting into your fruit rots later on in the season, including bitter rot. And then, as you get into petal fall and on, fly speck and sooty blotch. So really thinking about the rotation between those products. I'm going to just touch on it in just this next slide. But knowing your groups and what you're rotating with. And because these are your single site fungicides, then they are at high risk of resistance development. And so either rotating or tank mixing with a protectant is really important. But if you are targeting powdery mildew, keeping in mind, these are timing slides for some reason, but keeping in mind that that with that tank mix of something like a mancozeb, you're not going to get the powdery mildew efficacy. So you may want to think of adding in that sulfur spray at that low rate. We haven't had any issues in terms of mite flare-ups or anything like that. I would avoid going into it if you're using anything with oils, or as the temperatures start to get a little bit warmer, then sulfur is something you want to back off on, but it could be in addition to the tank. Or I've got a couple listed down below at the bottom of this slide, things like your biologicals. So using something like a Serenade or Regalia as your tank mix partner to be able to help with that resistance management. So those single site products are what's taking on a lot of that work, and they're really, the ones doing the job, but then you have those biologicals in there as well to help along with the resistance management. I mentioned already too about the use of oils. That would be kind of weekly or every other week throughout the summer that people would be putting oils on, but a lot of caution with that in terms of, any compatibility issues. If you're using Captan or Full-Pan or anything like that, then you can run into some troubles. So there's a bit more strategy with it, but a lot of people have had success with doing oil applications for powdery mildew management. So I think this is one of the last slides that I've got here. So again, just to reinforce the importance of rotation and understanding your groups, because you're at high risk since we're left with only 3 main groups of products. And that's for scab and powdery mildew control for both. So thinking about rotation and what the group numbers are that you're rotating with, because it gets complicated, as you can see from this picture and me just trying to make sense of it all. I've got someone moving the slide here. I'm not sure who this is. But anyways, so as you can see as an example, something like, Maravon, if you're putting something like Maravon on, you're knowing that it's a group 7 and 11. Now, if you are thinking about what you're going to rotate with next, then at that point, because it's a 7-11, it means you can't then mix with anything else that's in the group 7s. So something like Excalia, Fontellus, Kenja, Circatus. You can't mix with anything that's in the group 11s. So things like Flint or Sovereign. Also means things like Apruvia Top or Lunar Tranquility or anything like that. So you really have to think about what the groups are that you're working with. I apologize. I don't know whose mouse this is that's moving, but we'll see. So now, this is the last slide. And so I just want to wrap it up with kind of the 3 main points for powdery mildew are really going to be about getting in there early, because they're overwintering in those buds, that as soon as those buds start to break, then you're at risk of infection. So having something in place, so something like a low rate sulfur from that early stage, while you're managing scab, then you also know that having something in your tank is going to help take care of that powdery mildew for any escapes that might happen. Always remember, wet weather is scab, dry weather is powder mildew. So keep those tight intervals as much as you can. Even in those times where you're not thinking that disease is as much of a concern, that's when powder mildew is going to sneak in and get you. And keep all of those programs going until you hit that terminal set and the growth stops. But really keep an eye on that orchard as you go through the season. And if you start to see that growth kick back up again, then thinking about the products you're putting on are going to have efficacy against powdery mildew. So I think that brings me to the end. I'm happy to take any questions, or you're welcome to reach out at any time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Christy. Does anyone have any questions? I don't see any in the chat.
Okay.
And I don't hear any. So I think we are good to go.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for taking time out of your day. Awesome. So that is the last presenter for this morning session. And we have about half an hour. And then we are back at 1 o'clock with Anne Marie from Bayer, as she will be presenting. And it's more kind of field crop focused this afternoon, but everyone's welcome to stay. So we will reconvene in 30 minutes.
because you're able to help mitigate early season risks. And finally, seed treatments are good for the environment because they help reduce the overall crop protection products that are used, and also resistant risks by highly targeted applications. And it helps minimize exposure to non-targeted species since it's on the seed and not being sprayed throughout the field and hitting non-target objects. So how can we help as Bayer with seed growth in terms of value for our customers? So who we are, Bayer is a global leader in seed treatments, combining our broad portfolio with over 100 years of experience. And then we offer products and solutions tailored to our customers' needs, as well as best-in-class service and support. So I'll start a little bit on our soybean seed treatments. So this is our current offering for 2023 on our DeKalb portfolio. You'll notice that in the left column is Acceleron Basic, which is our fungicide only treatment, which includes 3 fungicides, metalaxyl, prothioconazole, and penflufen. And then in terms of our Acceleron standard, we have it split east and west. So the west would be Manitoba West. So we'll focus on the east for this one. So we have in the standard treatment, we include an insecticide, which is I-374, which is a diamide, tetraniliprole, which is our diamide, and then I-425, which is a class 4 insecticide. And then you'll notice that we do have a levo on this package, but it's only offered on select varieties. And those varieties tend to be in the 2.0 and later maturity, so would not be in your area. So what do our packages bring to the table? So in terms of the Acceleron Basic, we're looking at the fungicide only. And the fungicides focus on controlling early season diseases caused by some of the major fungi, and they control about 90% of the seedling diseases that are present in our area. So the funguses that we control with our Acceleron package are Pythium, Phytophthora, Rhizoctonia, and Fusarium. And then when we look at the Acceleron standard package, we then include insecticide control, and then insects that are most prevalent in our areas that we control are wireworm, seed corn maggot, white grub, and aphids. So when we compare our seed treatment offering to a competitor seed treatment offering that's also on the market, where we bring additional control is with seedling root rot, seedling blight. We also have control that Cruiser Max does not, and then in Pythium, the early season Phytophthora control. So what this illustrates is that versus our main competitor, we bring essentially equivalent, if not better, control of early seedling diseases and blights. So I'll give you a little bit of background in all the diseases that we're looking at in soybeans. So first one is Pythium. So Pythium, you'll be able to distinguish by the hypocotyl of the soybean plant will be rotted. The leaves start to turn brown before dying, and the stems tend to be soft and watery. So when you dig up the roots, you'll see the hypocotyl is rotted, and then when you squish the stems, they'll be soft. This is most common in wet, poorly drained and compacted soils, and more common in cooler temperatures. When we look at Phytophthora, it's very similar to Pythium. You'll notice that when I say environments, it's more in warm environments, unlike Phytophthora that was in the cooler environment. So that might be your giveaway as to which one it is, but otherwise they are very similar. Although with Phytophthora, the symptoms usually appear above the soil line rather than with Pythium that there are some symptoms below the soil line. So phytophthora is also common in wet, poorly drained, compacted soils. Then we have Rhizoctonia. It's most distinguishable by its red-brown lesions in the cortical layer of the main root or hypocotyl, and its stems remain firm and dry. Symptoms usually appear below the soil line, and it's most common in moist soils, but not saturated, and in warmer temperatures. And finally, we have Fusarium. So Fusarium infected seedlings exhibit poor or slow emergence and are often stunted. The roots appear reddish brown to dark brown colored and have poor nodulations, and symptoms usually appear below the soil line. And it's most common in cool, wet soils. And this is Fusarium as a seedling disease. So that just to note that seed treatments only cover the seedling Fusarium and not when we get later into the season. So now I'll switch to some of our data that we've collected throughout the years in terms of seed treatments on soybeans. So this first one is our 2021 data from our market development agronomists in Eastern Canada. So our market development agronomists tend to do field scale trials. So they would be looking at side-by-sides of products in the field. So it could be anywhere, let's say 20-acre block, 40-acre block, that sort of thing, so large scale. So in 2021, we had 22 locations, and we looked at our seed treatment offering or insecticide offerings, so the I-374 and the I-425 versus Fortenza, so the main diamide that we are competing against on the market, I guess. And what you'll see from these 2021 results is that they are equivalent in terms of yield. So we are right up there with our main competitor. Then when we switch gears, so this is small plot research. So this would be done by my team in Eastern Canada. So this was in 2019 and 2021 seasons. And we had 18 locations throughout those 2 seasons. And here we looked at untreated soybeans, so they would have no fungicide or insecticide, compared to multiple diamides. So Lumiderm, Fortenza, the I-374, so tetraniliprole, and then our current offering, which is the I-374 plus the I-425. Just wanted to note that 2019 and 21 were not high infestation years for insects. So this data does not really represent what the seed treatments are doing in terms of insect control, but it does show you that the untreated is about a bushel below all the diamide treatments, and that the diamide treatments are all fairly equivalent in terms of yield, with the I-374 and the I-425 coming out on top in terms of yield, but really they are very equivalent between all the treatments here. So now I'll switch gears to our corn seed treatments. So this is our corn seed treatment lineup for 2023 on our DeKalb hybrids. So similar to the soybeans, we have the Acceleron Basic, which is our fungicide only treatment. We're looking at fluoxystrobin, prothioconazole, metalaxyl, ethoboxam. And then when we go to the Acceleron Standard, we add the insecticide similar to the soybeans. Here we have Poncho, which is either at the 250 rate or the 500 rate, and then select varieties that I believe are newer introductions have the I-374, so the tetraniliprole at the 250 rate on top of Poncho 500, and then some of our carryover seed still has Lumivia. So what do our corn seed treatments bring to the market? So Acceleron Basic, we have the fungicide only, and the funguses that it has control on are the early season funguses of Pythium, Fusarium, Aspergillus, and Colitotricum. And then when we add the insecticides, so in the Acceleron standard, you get most early season pests. So between the tetraniliprole and the Poncho 500, you get the wireworm, cutworm, seed corn maggot, and white grub are the main ones in our area that you'd be controlling. So some background on the diseases. So you have Pythium, which is the most common fungi associated with seed rot and seedling blight in corn. It has dark slimy lesions that cause the root of the mesocotyl to shrivel. The outer cortex of the root may be rotted while the inner part or the steel remains white and intact. It's most common in high moisture and low temperatures. It requires wet soil to produce infecting spores. So if you have a wet spring, you're more likely to get Pythium, and can infect anytime between planting and mid-season, but is primarily a seedling problem. Then we also have Fusarium in corn. It's most distinguishable by its tan reddish brown lesions, and the mesocotyl may shrivel. The root symptoms range from very light brown discoloration to dark black or completely rotted roots. And it's most common in plants that are susceptible due to them being under stress or injury from herbicide applications. So stress plants are more likely to get Fusarium, and it's prevalent in a wide range of temperatures and moisture conditions. Then we have Rhizoctonia, so brown lesions on the mesocotyl and roots of the seedlings and young plants. The symptoms are most often found below the soil line and is common in environments from 8 to 28 degrees Celsius, so a huge range. And it tends to be more severe in irrigated corn. So I thought I'd talk a little bit on background info on the decision with clethodim in Canada. So Health Canada has changed the conditions, which I'm sure most of you have know, from using the high rate of clethodim, so the 1250 rate. Now we're capped at 150 grams AI per 100 kilograms of seed, which is the 500 rate. So this decision was made in 2021, and we had a phase in till 2023. So the end of the phase in is the end of this month. So by March 31st of 23, you can no longer use higher than 500 grams of clethodim or so Poncho on your seed. So there's no change in popcorn or sweet corn. So this is the Poncho label, or the updated one. So you'll notice that at the bottom, you still can see sweet corn and popcorn has the 1.25 rate, but that is not allowed on field corn. So in terms of field corn, you're limited to that 0.5 or 500 milligram rate, which has control of corn flea, beetle, black cutworm, seed corn maggot, and wireworm, as well as white grubs. I know that wireworm's a big issue in the maritime provinces, so I just wanted to point out that wireworm is on the label, even at the 500 rate and the 250 rate for that matter. And some background info on clethodim. So the Acceleron provides broad spectrum efficacy against a range of soil and plant pests with faster acting protection than the competition, such as, and then some background or some data that we've collected in the US shows that Poncho 250 seed treatment yields an average of almost 10 bushels an acre more than the untreated seed. This was across 526 tests. So that is US data, but we're seeing similar data in Canada as well. Then when we look at our other insecticide, so the diamide, the I374 tetraniliprole label, so that label goes to the 250 rate, and with that we get seed corn maggot and again wireworm. So I want to point out that wireworm also is on the tetraniliprole label as well as the Poncho label. and European chafers, June beetles, and Japanese beetles. So some data that we've collected in terms of seed treatments. So this is some small plot data that we did in 2020, looking at the different diamides on the market. So this was done by my team, looking at 9 locations in 2020, and we had an untreated check, Acceleron fungicide only, compared to the fungicide only plus Lumivia, fungicide only plus Fortenza, then fungicide plus tetraniliprole. So similar to the soybeans, all the diamides came out fairly similar and did provide a bump in yield over no seed treatment, and also over the fungicide only, with the tetraniliprole or the I374 treatment coming out on top with the highest yield. But all the yields are fairly similar between the diamides. So we saw similar results with the market development agronomists. So again, these are field scale trials done across 17 locations in 2020. So between tetraniliprole and Lumivia, very similar yields, both at 184 bushels an acre. So these were done in Eastern Canada, so that'd be between Ontario, Quebec, and if any were done in the Maritimes. So this trial, I think this is the first time we're actually presenting it to anyone. We know that there's high wireworm pressure in the Maritime provinces, and with the loss of the high rate of poncho, the 1250 rate, we needed to do some research on if other seed treatments would be as effective as the 1250 rate on wireworm in high pressure environments that you guys are seeing in the Maritime provinces. So what we did was we teamed up with Steve Howlett at Atlantic Agritech, looking at high wireworm pressure sites and PEI. So he had 4 locations with us, and we had 3 treatments that I'm going to share today in small plot in a randomized complete block design. And we looked at the poncho 1250 rate, so what was our commercial standard previously, the poncho 500 rate, the poncho 500 plus tetraniliprole. So our goal was to see if they were equivalent, if we're losing a lot of yield with going down in the rate of poncho, what tetraniliprole brings to the seed treatment in terms of wireworm efficacy. So we looked at stand counts, vigor, and yield. So I'll start with presenting our data on stand counts. So the dark blue bar is the poncho 1250, the light blue bar is the poncho 500, then the green bar is the poncho 500 plus the I374. And we looked at 3 timings of stand counts, so 14 days, 28 days, and then at harvest. And stand counts were done, so these are small plot trials, so it's 4 rows of corn, and then we usually do our ratings in the 2 middle rows so we don't have outside interference from other plots or yeah. So in this case, we counted the 2 middle rows, and that's what's presented here. So you can see that between the treatments, there's maybe the most is at 14 days here from 49.7 to 53. So really 50 to 53. So 3 plants difference between the treatments. And then when you get to harvest, you're down to 1 plant difference between the treatments. But what this is really showing you is that between the 1250 and the 500, you're not losing stand count from the wireworm. So the 500 rate is effective on controlling the wireworms in these trial locations that had high wireworm pressure. So next we looked at the vigor in these trials. So vigor scores are a 1 to 9 scale, where 1 is the best vigor. So it's the fastest out of the ground, the most even, and 9 would be, it's absolutely horrible, not coming out of the ground. So these vigor scores are fairly similar between the treatments, again, indicating that there's not a big difference between the high rate poncho and going down to the poncho 500 or poncho 500 plus tetraniliprole. And then finally, we took yield in terms of fresh weight. So we had to take fresh weight this year for two reasons. A, we had high bird feeding in these trials, so they weren't going to make it to harvest. And then B, with the hurricane coming through, we decided to take fresh weight instead of waiting for yield and maybe possibly not getting any yield data. So on September 20th, we took the ears off the two middle rows of the plots for this yield per plot. And then there's also this yield per ear is the weight of 10 ears. So this is in kilograms. And what you'll notice is there's no difference between the treatments. So all of them yielded the same in terms of fresh weight. So we can kind of conclude that they would be very similar yielding if we had taken them to grain yield. So overall, these trials kind of show that going down in the rate of poncho does not affect our efficacy of wireworm, at least in these trials. So the 500 rate is still effective on wireworm. And the tetraniliprole also has wireworm control, so that's also bringing that to the table. So here are some pictures Katie McFarland, the agronomist in the Maritime area took. So the picture on the right, you can see the wireworm here at the bottom of the corn plant. And then the picture on the left, you could see some wireworm feeding on the corn. And then I thought I would show some very, very old data, but that also supports this data I just showed you from the Maritime. So this is data from 2004. So we're coming up to 20 years, but in southern US, and it's comparing untreated to poncho 250 and then also cruiser at the 250 rate with high wireworm pressure. You can see that that poncho 200 is bringing, or 250 is bringing a lot to the table. So just between the untreated to the poncho 250, you have just about 90 bushels increase. And then a picture is worth 1,000 words. So this is from 2002, so also very, very old, but untreated control on the left, so no seed treatment at all. And you can see the wireworms just took out the whole entire plot, versus the picture on the right is the poncho 250. So again, providing control of the wireworms and allowing the corn to grow through that wireworm pressure. So that's all I had in terms of seed treatments for bear in 2023. So if there's any questions.
Awesome, that was great. Thank you, Anne-Marie. I don't see any questions in the chat, but if anyone wants to unmute themselves, feel free. I know seed treatments were a really hot topic this year. Everyone was really panicking when they found out that 1250 wasn't going to be available. So
yeah, absolutely. And I think it doesn't help that you guys do have really bad wireworm pressure. So yeah, but both the lower rate of poncho and tetraniliprole do have wireworm on the labels, and obviously based on our data, it does have efficacy. So
yeah, no, that's great to see. All right. Well, I don't see any questions, so I guess they're gonna let you off the hook easy.
Perfect. Thank you. But if you guys do have any questions, feel free to reach out to Katie or Graham or myself, and yeah, we'd be happy to answer them.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. So up next, we have Jonathan McCarthy with Alpine Liquid Fertilizer. Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you there. Perfect.
All right. Do I have control or?
Yep, I can see your screen there now.
Perfect. Awesome. Sorry, just. There we
Perfect.
go.
Great.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, so I'll let you introduce yourself and you've got the floor.
All right. All right. Well, first off, thanks to the Truro Agrimark for letting me speak a bit about some tank mixing and a bit about our products. So my name is Jonathan McCarthy, DSM, which is sales manager for Atlantic Canada and actually the state of Maine because I live so close to them. So Alpine's a Canadian company, but it's owned by Wilbur Ellis in the United States. Our slogan is maximizing fertilizer efficiency. A little bit about Alpine. Well, first off, we celebrate 50 years this year in Canada. So what is Alpine? In the Corn Belt, we're known for Alpine G24. It's our liquid starter. So our popular products are high phosphorus liquid starters, but we also carry liquid micronutrients, boron, zinc, manganese, etc. Foliars, micros, and multi-nutrient combinations. We do sell humic and fulvic liquid products. Also SRN and other foliar safe nitrogen products. And also very importantly, we sell equipment to install liquid application kits on drills and planters of any sort. And we're also a dealer for Norwesco liquid storage tanks. So just a little picture here of our plant in New Hamburg, Ontario, a little town outside of Kitchener. This is our planters. Like we like to say, no planter is too big or too small. And just a few examples of some liquid kits on some drills and planters in the area. And like I said, tanks, any size from 12 gallons to 12,000. All right, so I guess a couple key things I want to talk about today is the importance of phosphorus, or specifically seed place phosphorus at planting. And I'll get into a little bit of the tank mixing at the end. So I guess most importantly, as a company that sells liquid starters, a lot of our data comes from that, and the importance of having it on the seed piece at planting. Also the availability, is it in a readily available form, a liquid form, particularly in those cold and sometimes dry conditions in the early part of the season. And also the type. We sell primarily high orthophosphate product that's more available to the plant than some polyphosphate products that exist. So we're dedicated to research and field scale trials. We ensure efficacy and performance of our products. We stand by what we sell. We've got a lot of Ontario data, obviously, because we're a bit new in the Maritimes, but we do have lots of internal field scale trials and third party work that was done. We do some internal in Atlantic Canada as well as some third party. Lately, we're actually dabbling with some drone work, some drone spraying, and we support a lot of government and post-secondary research as well with products and sometimes funding. Just an example of a way wagon and a nifty drone that we've hired. So in the row benefits, key thing is high ortho versus poly ratio. Most of our products are 80% or above. It's a value to the farmer. It's 100% soluble. It's very efficient. It's seed safe. I'll reiterate that it's seed safe. We have some rate restrictions on certain crops, but most crops we're safe at our standard rates. It's non-corrosive. The product stores very well. It doesn't freeze, has low viscosity, and it mixes with many micronutrients. So you can add, many other micros to get the nutrients you need at the right time. So just a bit on orthophosphate versus poly. It's immediately usable in the form of ortho. It's in the form that can be taken up by the plant. It has high purity. It is a little bit more money. We're a little bit closer to a neutral pH. Polyphosphates tend to have a higher level of impurities, not immediately available to the plant. Has to convert into ortho to become available. However, polys can carry micronutrients and they're less expensive. So not all starters, aka pop-ups, are created equal. And we don't compromise quality for a cheaper price. So Here's an illustration of a bunch of starters, and you might ask which one of these is let's say a 624-6. Well, they all are. Many different levels of quality. Even though it's the same analysis, not all starters are created equal. So phosphorus content in the soil. As most of you well know, there's lots of factors that affect phosphorus availability and uptake and so on. And that's where we see the benefits of seed placed phosphorus product that's readily available, because I wouldn't say regardless of other conditions, but it's certainly less affected by those conditions when it's seed applied. For example, in corn, at that early root development stage prior to V6, it's part of photosynthesis, respiration, energy storage, among other good things. So key thing is precision placement, and we're not going to tell you to change your granular program, but what we're saying is that having phosphorus on the seed at the earliest time of root growth is key. So when we look at a corn seed that's got granular somewhere around it, it just can't reach that seed piece until some roots have developed, and sometimes that takes days or weeks. Even with a 2x2 in the second picture or the middle, you're still 2 inches away from that seed piece. Obviously, the most efficient is right on the seed piece. Yeah, so same thing here. Again, we're not saying don't broadcast. We're just saying it's not as effective as a starter in the program, but still very much needed. And even banding 2x2 granular, it's good, but it still has some limitations as far as how much NPK is right near the seed piece in the root zone at the early stages of growth. Phosphorus placed on the seed, it moves less. Phosphorus moves less than 1/10 of an inch in the soil. Crop roots only come in contact with a very, very small amount of the soil area, which from a granular perspective won't quite meet the needs early on. With liquid, with an available liquid, it's available immediately to the seedling and maximizing yield potential. So just a different illustration. We like to do cartoons. Just a note on soil temperature from the soil solution. You know, there's quite a difference in availability based on temperature. And here in the Maritimes, obviously our soils are, you know, fairly cold when we start out in the planting season. Some areas worse than others. So a drop from 21 to 13 could reduce phosphorus availability in the soil solution by 70%. So hence the benefit of having a liquid P available to the seed immediately. And here's just a few, like some field sites we did with on seed versus 2x2 and the yield, the corn yield as a result. So just to show that seed place starters come out on top basically every time. So yeah, so it just raises the question, you know, why not put the starter in furrow with the seed? Here's an illustration of some different starters, different rates of poly versus ortho. The first one is none, and then the second and third there is 1034-0 at a very high rate for the red bar. But if you go to the far right, even at 8 gallons versus 23, or sorry, pounds of P, you're still getting better results with a much lower rate. So from Dr. Wilcox of Purdue reported that 5 pounds of phosphorus banded with a seed was equivalent to 20 pounds of phosphorus 2 inches under the seed, which is quite a difference. So a practical phosphorus solution for 180 bushel acre corn crop, it requires roughly 72 pounds P2O5. So if you have 5 gallons of 624-6, you're getting 13.3 pounds. And take that away from the 72, and the rest can be in the soil and the soil solution. Another thing, phosphorus, a 1034-0 versus a liquid starter, due to the ortho poly ratio, even after 30 days, only 50% of the phosphorus in the 1034-0 is available to the plant in our climate, meaning the temperature of the soil, whereas 80% of the 624-6 is available from day one. Yeah, so again, same thing there. High purity, it's available to the plant versus not quite as pure or not as available. And yeah, another few examples of corn starters again. 624-6 comes out on top basically every time. 318-18, a close second. We do sell 318-18. It's 100% ortho, but you're still getting less available P, even at 80% versus a 318-18 at the same gallons per acre. So just a little bit on yield. So Alpine G24 versus 1034-0 with corn. This is on 230 replications. It is Ontario data, but 138 versus 133 bushel difference. So 5 bushel difference on that many replications is substantial. Alpine G24 versus no starter on soybean. We only see a 2 bushel advantage there. You usually go with a much lower rate with soybean. Soybean seed's a little more sensitive. I think with the price of soybean, that's still, their ROI is still there on soybean. Alpine G24 versus no starter on wheat at 5 gallons a acre or 20 liter. 6.5 bushel advantage on 261 replications. Again, Ontario data, but we still see the ROI in the Maritimes. And key thing, it's seed safe, so we use it on all cereals, corn, beans, potatoes, whole crops, different, any crop really. And so the important takeaway, the first 13 to 16 pounds of P205 should be from the seed placement. But we do recommend a complete fertility program. We don't discourage any granular programs, obviously, broadcast, starter, whatever it might be, foliar. But we like to start out with a good starter program in any system. A little bit on compatibilities. In furrow starters, usually they're applied neat. There can be added water for dilution. Sometimes we run into this if we want to add many micronutrients, and you need to add some water to buffer that out. Usually from a logistical standpoint, applying it neat is better from how many times a day you need to fill or whatnot. But so therefore to mention it's seed safe, you don't need to dilute it. Most micros are compatible. We do recommend jar testing beforehand if it's a product we haven't already tested. For foliars, generally that's applied with water. More water is usually better. Atlantic Canada, we see 15 gallons or generally a lot higher than that, especially in specialty crops. So usually there's not much issue with compatibilities with pesticide products. Western Canada, when they have some lower spray rates, we do see some issues there on occasion. We have an extensive compatibility chart of our products with our own products, as well as with many pesticides. And if we don't have it, we'll test it and make sure that it's good. And that we can provide that to any customer. Tank mixing 101. I'm sure everyone's heard this 100 times, but mixing order, water, pesticide, and then fertilizer. You always want to make sure you get adequate tank agitation. Always have some water when you start. You never want to dump a chemical neat and then dump a fertilizer on top of that neat. If using an eductor on a sprayer, be sure to have the product completely drawn into the tank before adding the next chemistry or fertilizer. We've seen some neat products hitting together, not having much fun without the water present. Well, thank you for your time. I went a little bit fast there. If anyone has any questions, they can ask now, or they can reach out to me after or through the Agamart. That's fine too.
Yeah, thank you for speaking, Jonathan. There are a few questions in the chat. So what rates would you recommend here, at least, to go down with for corn, beans, and wheat?
Sorry, corn, beans, and wheat. I see it now. Yep.
Corn, beans, and wheat. Yeah.
Yep. Corn and wheat, 5 gallons per acre. Beans, usually around 3.
Okay. All right, perfect. And then the next question is alpine conductivity survivability tests with any biologicals? If you can mix like biological products together with liquid fertilizer?
I'll have to get back to him on that. I'm not certain.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess that would be probably a good study to do, especially with all of the new biologicals coming on the market. So
For sure. And to Eric's question, is that regarding starters or foliars?
are you there, Eric? Do you want to
Sorry.
pop on?
Yeah, there you are. Sorry, Jonathan.
No problem.
Both.
Okay, yeah.
Short answer is both. Yeah.
Sure. I'll find out.
I think, and again, the onus is obviously probably on the supplier of one and the supplier of the other, but as Chloe said, I think we're going to get these questions as an industry, right? So
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Perfect. So let me see. Donnie has one more question. Will it freeze if left over?
The liquid starter will not. The foliar and micronutrients, some do and some don't. We have a list of what does and doesn't, but the starter does not.
Okay. And is there I know there can be some like temperature, like where the fertilizer has to be kept at certain temperatures. Are there any restrictions that way?
None in our general catalog. We have some specialty products that are high in calcium that have some limitations, but that's really a specialty thing. And there's no limits on the stuff that's in our catalog. It's
okay.
Yeah.
Right, that's perfect. So I don't see any more questions. Does anyone else have any questions they want to unmute themselves for? All right. Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. That was great.
Thank you.
All right. And I don't see that our next speaker's on quite yet. So we'll just take a 5-minute break and then we'll hear from Dean Chance from Pure Yield.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dean? Oh, I don't think I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear someone. Let me see.
Okay.
Are you maybe plugged into something that is drawing your sound? Oh, I can hear you there now.
I can see, I just can't hear anything. Can you hear
can
me?
hear anything? I can hear you.
Okay, all right. Do you want me to start now?
Yep, you're good to go.
I can't hear you. I don't know why I don't have sound, but go ahead. All right. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation today. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm assuming you can hear me. I got the thumbs up from Chloe. So, all right, I'll start presentation mode here. So my name is Dean Shantz. I'm agronomist for CRF Agritech, and been invited today to talk to you about who CRF Agritech is and talk a little bit about Pure Yield, which we refer to as next generation nutrient delivery for row crops. The agenda I put together for today is talk about who CRF Agritech is and what Pure Yield is. We're a relatively new company, so I wouldn't be surprised if not many have heard of us out there. I do want to talk about progression of fertilizer coating technologies, where they came from since the late 60s, where we are today with Pure Yield, and then talk a little bit about what makes Pure Yield coating different and why you might consider using Pure Yield controlled release fertilizer in your crop program, and then touch on polymer coatings and the environment. So CRF Agritech, CRF stands for Controlled Release Fertilizer. And this is a joint venture company between Solio Ag, which is the parent company of the Agrimarts, based in Quebec, formerly known as Co-op Federé, and a company called Purcell, which is based in Sylacauga, Alabama. And they're a company that's been involved in fertilizer coatings and techniques for applying those coatings for about the same amount of time as Solio Ag's been around. Both companies have been around since the early 1900s, so both have a relatively long history. They came together, I think it was around 2018, and decided to form a joint venture and build a new fertilizer coating plant in St. Thomas, Ontario, which is just south of London. The head office for Purcell is Sylacauga, Alabama. They have their coating facility there as well. as well as a second facility they opened in Savannah, Georgia, just this past fall. So I have a couple pictures to show here. I've been in the job for about 6 months now, started mid-August last year. This is a picture of the coating facility, probably about mid to end of September last year. This white building here, this is actually an Agrico site. If any of you are familiar with St. Thomas area in the Northeast End, Agrico has had this white fertilizer shed here in the background since about 1974. There is a large UAN tank, an APP tank, which you can't see off to the right of the picture. And then in the open space here is where the new facility is getting built. So the tall structure you see here is where the coating will take place. It's a modular design. It's about 80 feet to the peak. There is a bridge with a belt conveyor that goes across to the Agrico shed here to bring the raw material across. In the case of what we're talking about today will be urea. To the south, there's a rail line. So we will be producing bulk for rail, bulk for truck, and mini totes. And in the foreground here, this is where the finished product storage is. 3 500 to 700 ton bays, depending on the density of the product. And once it's up and fully running, which the date right now is probably end of April, early May, we'll be able to put through 100,000 metric ton a year. So the plan was to be opened and running sooner than this, but with supply chain delays, that's been pushed out. Luckily, everything we have in place for the Eastern Canadian market, be it Ontario, Eastern Canada market, be it Ontario, Quebec, or Maritimes, everything's in place, has come out of Sylacauga, Alabama for this year. So as much as we want to be running, we are fortunate that we have that as a backup. This is what it basically looks like today. The building is covered now, it's clad in steel. These are not windows that you see off the side. These are actually for venting, which, as I understand, can't be installed until the structure is complete inside. Out front, this is dust collectors. This is the bridge you see going over to the Agrico fertilizer shed. Not sure if you can see or not here, but there is room for a second belt conveyor down the road that we expect will install to move finished product over to the bigger shed as well. This is what it looks like on the south side with the rail line with loadout for truck and rail. They both will eventually be covered. As you see, the truck loadout is, the rail will be covered as well, so weather won't be a factor. And then this is what the inside looks like today. The picture on the right, this is from a couple weeks ago, so this is a little bit further along now. It is four stories high, again, almost 80 feet to the peak. These tanks that you see here in this picture, the tall one at the back is MDI, and then there's 2 polyol tanks and 2 wax tanks. So they take that MDI along with the polyol, and that's what forms your polymer. And then the wax is also a part of that mix. So what is Pure Yield? Pure Yield is actually a brand name. Some of you may be familiar with ESN from Nutrien, which is their brand name for environmentally smart nitrogen. You can think of Pure Yield in the same way that it's the brand name for CRF Agritech. It is polymer coated fertilizer, so it's controlled release technology or controlled release fertilizer in the sense that it's determined by the thickness of the polymer coating and the soil temperature. And by having a product that is controlled in that fashion, we're able to predict how nutrient release will happen over time through the growing season. And the goal is to match the nutrient supply with the plant demand and have a targeted feeding program. This is the release curve for Pure Yield urea. You may not be able to see that the print at the top, but where straight urea is 4600, ESN would be 4400, Pure Yield urea is 4500. The reason it's just slightly 1% higher than the ESN is because it is a thinner coating. And this is showing how the product will release over time on the bottom axis and percent nutrient release on the y-axis. So we have 3 temperatures here, 15 degrees on the blue line, 22 degrees on the orange line, 30 degrees on the gray line. So the warmer the temperature, the quicker the release will be. And the thicker the coating or the thinner the coating, the quicker the release would be, and vice versa. So as the soil temperature changes over time, the product releases accordingly. And if you have, for example, a period where your soil temperature warms up to say 30 degrees, but then you have a backward spell and you go back to say 20 or 22, this product will also slow down the release accordingly. So where ESN gives you a range of 50 to 80 days for the typical release of their product, this is a little bit wider on each end. So this would be typically 45 to 85 day release. This is just another way of showing, excuse me, if you have nutrient supply matching plant demand, it's going to fall within this zone, this green area here, which is the we call the synchronized zone for optimal nutrient uptake. So the yellow line represents the fertilizer being released through time. And again, what we're trying to do is match as close as possible the supply with the demand. If you take a product like straight urea, no coating, no inhibitor, that's what these blue lines would represent. It tends to react rather quickly once it's in the soil profile. And the danger with that early on in the season is, in all likelihood, if you're putting everything on up front with uncoated urea, you're going to have too much early on when the plant only needs X amount, you're supplying this much, and that's the potential that could be lost to the environment. And on the other end here, as your season progresses and your plant demand increases, if you've lost a good portion of your urea up front or your nitrogen up front here, you may not have enough for optimal plant growth later on in the season. If we look at where coating technology has come from, as I mentioned earlier, Purcell has been involved in this from the start. The late 60s, it was sulfur-coated urea, and that was coined as a slow release product. And basically, the reason they called it slow release is the sulfur. It was as the microbes in the soil broke down the sulfur, that's what would release the nitrogen. So it did slow it down, but they weren't able to predict how that would occur over time. Then ESN came along in the late 90s. I believe Nutrien at that time was still called Agrium, and took it to market in the early 2000s. So they have been on the market for about 20 years now. And then today, what I'm just talking about is the pure yield with some differences, which I'll show in a couple slides here. This is just a visual for people who, I'm one who likes to see something to understand it better. On the right here, this is just a picture again of a sulfur coating around a prill. And again, the microbes would break that down to release. On the left here, this brown circle around the urea prill would represent the polymer. So that's a semi-permeable membrane, which means it will allow water to come in. As the water comes in, as the moisture comes in, it starts to dissolve that urea. And as that happens, it's forming a gradient or an osmotic pressure, and that pressure builds up and eventually wants to diffuse back out, and that's what happens. It will diffuse back into the environment. And again, that's governed by thickness of this coating and what the soil temperature is. So how is pure yield different from current technology? And when I say that, I am referring to ESN. It is a thinner coating. It's about 40% less polymer, and it's a more flexible coating. And those two characteristics, the more flexible coating gives a higher integrity. So we've seen in high-speed spinner tests up to 70% less breakage. And there's not a lot of breakage to begin with ESN, but any amount that you can improve that is important. Because if you break the integrity of that coating, essentially you've lost the value of this product. It will release like uncoated urea prill. The other thing is what you see bolded on the bottom here. We can coat any granular NPK, and that's probably the most exciting part for me. ESN polymer is a more viscous, thick product, and as a result, they can only coat urea. But with this product, we can start to look at any NPK granular and see if there's a need in an agronomic advantage and an economic advantage to coating phosphates, potassium, as well as other nitrogen products. And then we can incorporate into those polymers micronutrients. The other thing is with lower temperature process, when they bring the urea across to the coating facility, they do have to warm it up first before they apply the polymer. The ESN process is a higher temperature, and with the temperatures we're using, we are able to incorporate biologicals and not kill off the biologicals. So that's something I think too that will gain momentum as we move forward. As probably many of you know, that's a big space right now. And I think as we move forward, we'll see more consistency and return on investment with biologicals. And I think it's going to continue to grow in importance. My feeling on that, it's just my personal opinion, when you see all the big players, be it Mosaic or Corteva or BSF or Syngenta and others, all playing in that space, I think it says they've got some confidence there too that biologicals will continue to expand. So just a summary again on the differences between controlled release, slow release, and inhibitors. The controlled release again is predictable based on thickness of the coating and the soil temperature. Slow release, like a sulfur coated product, is depending on microbial action to break down that coating, which relies or is dependent upon soil temperature, soil moisture, and I probably should have soil pH in there as well. You may wonder why I haven't put soil moisture under the controlled release. The reason I don't do that, and the reason they don't say it's controlling the release, is if you've got enough moisture in the soil to start dissolving an uncoated urea prill, you've got enough moisture in the soil to penetrate that semi-permeable membrane and begin the process of dissolving the urea inside the polymer. So it's not a factor until you get to permanent wilting point in the soil, which I believe is somewhere around 20%. And at that point, the little bit of moisture that's there, the plant can't get, and everything basically stops, whether you're talking a regular uncoated fertilizer or a controlled release fertilizer like Pure Yield. Urease inhibitors and nitrification inhibitors we've had for some time now as another tool in the toolbox for protecting nitrogen. The urease inhibitors for above ground volatilization, and then the nitrification for below ground leaching and denitrification. If we look at a pure yield compared to the inhibitors, I think the biggest thing, biggest advantage, two advantages, it comes ready to use. So there is a simplicity factor, and this is more so for the retailer. Inhibitors have been a useful tool, but the retailers I talk to, especially when it comes to the DCDs, they can be tricky to use in the sense that it's not always easy to know if you're getting the right amount on. And plus you have to take that time in season to coat the fertilizer if you're going to use these products. The other thing is we do have longer end protection with the polymer coated product. In the case of the urease inhibitors, you're getting 2 to 4 weeks. Realistically, that's probably long enough for volatilization. But I think for below ground, that's probably the bigger advantage we have there, is we can push that out to 85 days or even longer if we have a product with a thicker coating. And that's, I think, where this is going to have a key advantage moving forward. This is a diagram of the nitrogen cycle and showing where those potential losses can take place. So when you put something like uncoated urea or UAN on the surface of the soil, if you were to leave it on the surface on a hot, windy day or a warm, windy day, you have a high pH soil, if you have lots of trash, that will start to volatilize, which means it starts to gas off into ammonia gas, NH3. If you work the product in, you avoid that, or if you've used an inhibitor in the past, that helps with that. Or if you get a soaking rain, that's another way to try and prevent volatilization. And then below ground, the urea will change first to ammonium, NH4. You can see there, that's a positive. So there will be some binding to soil particles like clay and organic matter, but it does fairly rapidly change once it's in the profile to nitrite and then nitrate. The NO3 minus being a negative, it does not bind to the soil in organic matter. So under those circumstances where you've got a saturated soil or you have intense rain events or you have a lighter sandy soil, that's where your nitrogen can start to leach, or your nitrate. And then up here, if you're in a waterlogged soil situation, perhaps a heavy clay soil or a poorly drained soil or a compacted soil or all the above, the organisms in the soil that do this nitrification process start to use the oxygen, and now this nitrate starts to turn into N2 gas, which is not a problem. We breathe that every day. That's 78% of what we're breathing now. But it also can turn into nitrous oxide, which is N2O, which pretty much can't turn on the TV or look at social media today without hearing that word. It is a greenhouse gas, and it is about almost 300 times more potent than carbon dioxide at capturing heat and warming the environment. In terms of loss to the grower, in terms of dollars that you lose from your nitrogen investment or potential loss, the volatilization is probably the biggest potential loss. This is the one we hear, though, from a climate point of view. So in talking about nitrogen today, and more specifically urea, just to talk a little bit more about addressing some of the environmental challenges, globally, there's about 225 million tons of urea produced every year, and about 175 of that gets applied. And they're estimating that more than half is lost. They're putting a $40 billion price tag on, and that's lost in the sense that you as the grower are not getting the value from that nitrogen investment. That's not taking into account the potential negative effects if it ends up somewhere in the environment that it's could do harm, like a water supply. So we mentioned about the benefits of reducing volatilization and leaching. On the denitrification point, I just want to focus in on that a little bit closer. We've done research, or Solio has done research with McGill University, where they've taken a 50-50 blend, 50% uncoated urea, 50% coated urea. And by doing that alone, they've shown they can get a 30% reduction in nitrous oxide emissions. You've probably all heard some form of this message here on this slide, that we've been mandated to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from synthetic fertilizer by 30% below 2020 levels by 2030. So basically they're saying that from fertilizer application, greenhouse gas emissions, and this is the federal government, emissions were 12.75 megatons. So that would be million tons in 2019. So by 2030, they want to see a 4 million ton reduction. This comment in the middle, you maybe haven't heard as much, but there's also a Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, where they're saying they want to see net zero emissions across the Canadian economy by 2050. So right now they're saying reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by 2030. They're saying they don't want to mandate a reduction in fertilizer use. Whether or not you believe that is probably a personal feeling. I do wonder, I have heard in Quebec that, and it might just be a Quebec, it might be a provincial thing, but I've heard that they are trying to reduce fertilizer by 15%. How they're going to measure that and enforce that is yet to be seen. But I think the point I'm trying to make is anything we can do to show that we're making the most efficient use of the fertilizer we're using will put us in a better spot. And it's also the right thing to do for growers. If you get the biggest bang for the buck out of what you're applying, that's ultimately what we want to see. This is just a picture of Professor Joan Whalen at McGill University in Montreal. She's the one who's been doing the research for us on the greenhouse gas emissions. This is someone on her team. They have 72 of these chambers that they would put throughout the cornfield. And then they took measurements through June and July at 4 different sampling times. And that's where they came up with that reduction of 30% is what they were seeing over a straight uncoated urea application. So when we talk about why you might consider using pure yield controlled release fertilizer, the first 4 points are all interrelated. First off, we're trying to protect that nitrogen investment. And by doing that, make the most efficient use of that dollar. And in turn, we're looking for optimal crop performance and doing it in a 4R way. The other thing is that we are seeing is there are opportunities to reduce application costs, which I'll talk about a little bit more about. And there's also an opportunity to look at improved seed safety if someone is putting fertilizer through a planter or through a drill. Doing some work with Ben Rosser from Omafra in Ontario this year, he's looking at some strip till situations where they would like to put more fertilizer down at the time of planting in the strip, in a 4-inch strip. And so whether you're talking nitrogen or potash or both, we really should be able to up that rate if that's something somebody wants to do because of that controlled release characteristic. So pure yield, part of the 4R nutrient stewardship. This slide here, when you look at the bottom here on the left, you'll see that we've got a premium of $300 a ton as an example here on pure yield over uncoated urea. And I know that may sound like a relatively large number when it's said that way, $300 per metric ton, but I suggest you look at it in the way I've got it on the slide here to really know if this is something that makes sense to you in terms of your operation. What that $300 per metric ton, when I say it that way, doesn't take into account is how much actual N are you after, and what percentage pure yield are you talking of putting in a blend. So on this screen here, you'll see that I've gone from 40 all the way up to 100 actual N, and then from 30 to 50 to 70% pure yield. I don't know anybody who's using 100% pure yield for 2 reasons. Agronomically, it doesn't make sense. You want some nitrogen available right away. And then secondly, the economics. It doesn't make sense either. So to put this in perspective, if you're looking for 40 actual N, and we're suggesting a corn crop here, if you had 30% in the blend and you're after 40 N, the premium for the pure yield per acre would be $4.10. And then on the other end of the scale, if you were going for 100 actual N and you wanted to have 70% pure yield in the blend, you're close to $21. And then everything else here in between. So I suggest that's the best way to look at it to make an informed decision. And really what I would compare that to is if you can front load the nitrogen in the case of a corn crop, you can reduce a field pass. You don't have to come back and side dress. And you can put your own value on that field pass. I've got $15 an acre here. You also don't have to incur an inhibitor cost at side dress time because that's already built into the period up front. And depending on how much actual N you're after, that inhibitor cost would range anywhere from $2.40 to or $2.40 to $6 an acre. The other thing is, if you are front loading your nitrogen, you don't have to worry about the weather come side dress time. You don't have to worry about crop damage, and there is that time, labor, and equipment savings. Having said that, this isn't to suggest that side dressing is bad and that silver or that period is a silver bullet. They're both viable end management tools, and I know some people like side dressing for the fact they have the flexibility. They can wait and see, and that's, you know, that's valid. So both are viable management tools. I do think there's situations though where people are looking at not having to come back, and it might be something as simple as having land farther away from your home base that isn't easy to get back to, or perhaps with the soil conditions, you get one shot and you may not get back in. So that sort of thing is possible. And then there's other people or other situations where people just like to be done, do it up front, be done, and not have to worry about it. And if you're in that boat, this is an opportunity to do that, and at the same time protect your nitrogen and not worry about it losing it through the growing season. To talk a little bit about polymer coatings and the environment. So period coating, I mentioned it's about 40% less polymer than ESN. And to try and put this in perspective as to what you would be applying to the soil in terms of polymer on a situation where you're after maximum N, say 200 N in corn here, you're using a relatively high amount of period in the blend. And I even pushed the coating up a little bit here. We're at 2% right now, which is what we'll be for this season. But if somebody was trying to extend it out past that 85 days, if that was your situation, you'd be putting on about 6.5 pounds of polymer per acre. If you take an acre foot of soil at 4 million pounds, from a mass perspective, you'd be applying that 6.5 pounds would be 0.0002% of that acre foot of soil. If you extrapolate that out 20 years, assuming there's no breakdown, which there will be, it would be 0.003. So all I'm trying to show here is put in perspective is that it is a relatively small amount. And I think when you look at the benefits of what we're talking about today, especially with nitrogen and that potential 40 to 50% loss, what that can mean, I think the benefits far outweigh the risk. They are working on biodegradable polymers as well, and they actually are fairly far along in this development. The biggest thing right now is trying to get the cost in line with a conventional polymer. The other thing is when this product was introduced for registration in Canada, it had to go through the CFIA, or the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. And part of their process was looking at that polymer residual. So if you remember, I said they take the MDI, they combine it with the polyol to form that polymer. Once that goes in the soil, that MDI portion changes to MDA. And I'm not going to try and say that word, but that is the part that could be the residual. So CFIA said we needed to have soil samples, but also harvested crop samples to show the safety of the product. All the samples that were submitted came back at less than 0.5 micrograms per kilogram. A microgram is 1/1,000,000th of a gram. And what that means in terms that make sense to me is it was non-detectable. So it's not saying there was none there, but it was such a small amount that they could not detect it. So moving forward beyond urea, I think you will see us working with other products. We are looking at doing some work with Mosaic this year in coating some K-Mag. And coating, I think something out in the Maritimes that will probably be of interest too is using the micronutrient boron in a polymer coating. And then as we move forward, I think you will see that whole biological space expand too. We're not there yet, but I do believe that that's going to be something we'll gain momentum as we continue. And I think that's all that I have. So thank you very much again for your time. This is my contact info. If any are coming to, if you're coming to Ontario next week for the London Farm Show, we will be there at booth 1310. So we'd be happy to chat with you if you have time to stop by. And yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
Thought it'd be easier to call you than to do sign language.
Yes, I don't know why I can't hear you.
No, that's no worries. So there were a couple of questions in the chat.
Okay.
One is, what would the release curve look like if after 30 days following application, the average soil temperature moved from 15 degrees to 25 degrees Celsius?
Okay. Can you still hear me there?
Yep, everyone else can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So if I understood that question correctly, the participant is asking if we move from this 15 degrees to 22 degrees after 30 days, what would it look like?
Yeah, exactly.
So based on the graph here, essentially what you're doing is you're seeing jumping from 60% up to just over 70% release. So basically you're getting another 10% releasing from that temperature change. Does that make sense?
Yep, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
It's Eric Richter who asked that question. So if
Eric Richter, will say hello to Eric Richter.
Thanks, Dean. Yeah, so it steps up according to increase in temperature, right? As it goes right in time in terms of days.
He might not be able to
Release.
hear you, Eric there. Sorry.
Oh,
I could just a little bit.
I don't know. And then Eric also asked one more question.
Sure.
Can you include raw products that also include sulfur in your period product? Assuming yes, based on what you presented.
Raw products with sulfur. Do you have an example, Eric? What you'd be referring to there when you say raw product?
some of the products that would have, let's say, nitrogen and sulfur together.
Okay, so if I heard that correctly, some of the products that would have sulfur and nitrogen together. So like an ammonium sulfate, for example, is that something, Eric?
Yes, that's yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so in theory, yes, we could coat that. The thing that we would have to determine is there a big enough market for it? Because besides the agronomics, it has to be something that we can scale up. But if someone like Eric there has a trial that they'd like to look at that product, for example, we can produce 1,000 kg tote and do it that way, and then decide from there moving forward if it makes sense to scale it up. But yes, we could coat ammonium sulfate.
Dean, I was just thinking here with winter wheat and how nitrogen and sulfur are linked, and as the nitrogen becomes available, we want to make sure the plant has sufficient sulfur to go with that for grain development and protein.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't talk about wheat, but as Eric mentioned there, the sulfur is definitely important in the wheat. I will have some trials this year where we're looking at front loading the nitrogen as I presented here on the corn. We're not sure it makes as much sense in wheat to do that, but another example, Eric, that was actually presented at the first meeting I was at this morning was, it's a UAN area where they want to put down first pass UAN plus ATS at green up, or as soon as they can get in the field, probably about 16 gallons of UAN with 4 gallons of ATS. And then they're thinking of coming back with pure yield urea for the second pass at stem elongation. And the thought there is to have the nitrogen available later in the season to increase kernel weight and potentially yield. The only thing is you still have a 2-pass system there. So you're still incurring that second pass cost. So if in testing that, we'll have to definitely show a yield advantage to make that pay.
Perfect. All right, and we've got another question here related to carbon credits. So can you get carbon credit for using coated fertilizer?
That's a really good question. I don't really have a good answer for that, but that's something we definitely have to look at. And carbon footprint as well. So if you can take that participant's name, I would like to get back to them with more information on that, but definitely that is something that should apply. I do know that the polymer coated products, be it Pure Yield or ESN, have been approved for the off-CAF funding in the Maritimes. And I believe, don't quote me on this, but I think it's to cover up to 85% of the difference in cost between the PCU and uncoated urea. But that's a great question. I wish I had the answer for that, but I don't today.
Perfect. And then one last question. What about root crops and polymer coated fertilizer?
So what about root crops? Another great question. I was at a Hort meeting yesterday in Southwest Ontario. It's an area I'd like to look at. It's an area we don't really have any data right now to say yay or nay. But again, definitely if someone has an idea there and is looking at a potential trial on a piece of their acreage, it'd be something I'd be interested in talking to them about and talking with you about to set something up. But I don't have any data right now today on that.
No, that's perfect. So that's all the questions that I have. So thank you very much, Dean. That was great. I think sparked some interest. Oh, and Brian, the person who was asking about root crops and polymer coating, he just says, will it get into the root crop?
Yeah, and that's, and that's a fair question. Again, I can't really say whether it will or not. And probably maybe the bigger question is, will it get in the right time, in the right amount? And that's where, again, a trial would be beneficial to look at something and set up the parameters accordingly.
All right. No, well, that is perfect. Thank you so much, Dean.
All right. Well, thank you. I
All
appreciate
right.
it. All right. Take care. Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right. So up next, we have Andy Walter from McCallum Environmental. And he'll be talking about wetland restoration. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. Thank you for having me.
Yes, thanks for coming. All right, so you should be able to share your screen there now.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All set there? Yeah.
Yep, that's perfect.
Good. All right.
I'll let you introduce yourself and you can start
Perfect.
the show.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks a lot. My name is Andy Walter. Nice to be here. I'm a senior project manager and wetland restoration professional for McCallum Environmental. So just a little bit of background on us. We're actually a small consulting firm from Bedford in Nova Scotia, and we're primarily a group of biologists. We work with a lot of clients with projects that have permitting needs. We do a lot of work on the landscape. We do a lot of biology-related work, and we do a lot of work with wetland habitat. And the aspect I'm going to talk to you today about is what we call wetland compensation. It's probably a little different theme of what you folks have been learning about so far today. So I'm hoping that I can enlighten you all to this opportunity, I guess. It's an opportunity for really for agricultural landowners and other types of landowners to restore or enhance wetland habitat or protect wetland habitat on their landscape. We can actually, there are certain ways that we can make that more enticing for landowners. We tend to find more opportunity on agricultural lands, and I'm going to aim to explain the process and give some examples of projects that we've done over the last 5 years or so on agricultural lands. So just as a first kind of 4 or 5 bullets, I'll go as briefly as I can, but really going to kind of give you guys the background of what wetland compensation is and what types of projects we do. The restoration and enhancement of wetlands is really what we get into on agricultural landscapes. And then just some of the processes that we go through on how we find land, how we strike agreements with landowners to do these types of projects. And then I'm going to talk about some actual projects and case studies that's kind of more interesting for folks to look at probably in the second half. So wetland compensation, what is it? Just as some regulatory background, we have a wetland policy in Nova Scotia that some folks may or may not be aware of. I would assume that many do, just because you own larger areas of land, often with wetlands, either in them or adjacent to them. The typical process is that when somebody needs to alter a wetland in Nova Scotia, that they have to get a permit to do so. I am under the understanding and know from working in agricultural wetlands that there are some different rules that can apply in the agricultural landscape with wetland habitat, especially on the floodplain scenarios where permitting isn't required. But for the most part, we require permitting for development projects that impact wetland habitat. And that's really how McCallum Environmental and I get involved in this type of work, is that we work with a lot of clients and proponents that have to permit alterations to wetland habitat, whether it be through building a highway or a quarry project or a housing development or anything that may alter the function of a wetland. So when we obtain permits from Nova Scotia Environment, who are the permit authority or approval of permits, Nova Scotia Environment require that proponent to compensate or mitigate for the loss of that wetland. And this is really where wetland compensation comes in. The Nova Scotia Wetland Conservation Policy prescribes that if you're losing some wetland, you have to basically give it back or compensate for it. And they describe it as is preventing the no net loss of area and function of wetlands. So there's 2 aspects there. They're looking for the area of wetland to be replaced, as well as some of the functions of the wetland that has been lost. And the mechanism to do that in Nova Scotia, the typical mechanism is for a proponent to hire a wetland restoration professional to support them in implementing a wetland compensation project. And that's where my role comes in, as my role at McCallum Environmental is that I am that wetland restoration professional for our company. And there are other wetland restoration professionals, few, but there are others in the province that do this type of work. But it is somewhat of a kind of a niche service, if you like. So the different types of wetland compensation, there's kind of these broad categories of restoration, expansion, wetland enhancement, and wetland creation. The wetland restoration is a type of wetland compensation that's really prioritized. It's finding wetlands that have been degraded in some shape or form historically, and bringing back the functions that wetland plays on the landscape. So that could be, we often find them in agricultural areas just because of the location of good agricultural land on the floodplains. And they're often in wetter environments that have been ditched or drained, or where some form of degradation has occurred. So that's why we end up looking on agricultural areas first. It's way harder to find wetland restoration projects in urban environments where most of our hardscaping alterations have occurred in our watersheds. So wetland restoration is the priority. Wetland expansion, obviously we're looking at expanding potential wetlands, a little less common because it typically involves, we need to meet or match elevations to be able to expand a wetland, which often involves a lot of machine work and doesn't get a lot of area value. The exception would be potentially unblocking a drainage route that would expand a wetland in size. And I have an example of that I can show you guys later. Wetland enhancement is something that we've been doing way more of. It's going into existing wetland that may be somewhat degraded through its functional abilities to provide species at risk habitat, wildlife habitat. We can go in and create or enhance the water quality and water detention capacity in a wetland that can in turn improve water quality conditions for downstream rivers and streams and fish habitat. So those options are being looked at a lot more now, along and sometimes in tandem with restoration. Wetland creation is usually a bit kind of lower end, just because you would have to build a wetland that's of big enough size to compensate needs elsewhere. They can be quite costly, but they are aspects that we have talked to Nova Scotia Environment about doing more in the urban environment with naturalized stormwater, for example, naturalized stormwater wetlands. But in an agricultural environment, we've also talked to landowners about creating wetlands and providing a function in times where flooding or high water levels for managing excess water, but also having them as a kind of a source of water for dry periods of the year. Kind of acts as a dual benefit there for the environment and potentially for the landowner. And I just noted another few options there that we sometimes look at, which is actually protection of really valuable wetlands. There may be wetlands on land that is owned privately that could do with extra protection that we can look at with Nova Scotia Environment, especially if they contain species at risk, wildlife or vegetation or trees. And we've also done research studies on wetlands as well as a means of wetland compensation. So the process that we go through, that I kind of embark on when I'm trying to find projects in this province, and it is a tricky process, to be honest, because it's really a lot of trying to make contact with folks a little out of the blue at times, and trying to educate folks as to what we're trying to do and what our objectives are. So we start we start this process through a desktop review. We'll go through the province looking at aerial imagery to see if there are potential areas that we think would or are wetlands that are degraded or have been altered or disturbed. So we call that kind of the site ID process. And at that stage, we're looking to kind of make contact with landowners, which is often the tricky part. We're either knocking on people's doors, or we're sending letters, or just cold calling folks to see whether they'd be interested in a potential project, albeit at that stage unknown if it would actually how feasible that project could be until we actually go out and take a look. We have to meet the expectations of Nova Scotia Environment when we do these projects. So there's a bunch of steps to go through before we can determine if a project, is going to work for wetland compensation. So really, this is already a feasibility process. You can see just on that image there, this is just an example of how we'll go around on aerial mapping and identify polygons of land that we think might work an early stage. So once we have made contact with a landowner, and there's some form of interest with the landowner in doing a project like this on their land, we look to try and set up an access agreement with that landowner. And typically it's a simple agreement that just states that the landowner will allow us on their land, usually just foot traffic, just biologists would go onto their landscape, usually over the period of a year. and monitor the conditions on the land and assess it and evaluate it for the feasibility of the actual project that it might be. So we'll do some hydrology monitoring. This is a picture here just of a little subsurface, very simple data logger monitoring groundwater levels. We'll do vegetation work and species at risk surveys. And this is really all for us to kind of build a picture about what that landscape is so that we have a baseline condition from which we can do a design. And then hopefully if we can do a project, we can compare conditions to later on once a restoration or an enhancement's been completed. So it usually is over the period of a year where we're doing this kind of feasibility process, and it can often also involve us actually getting permits to do the work through Nova Scotia Environment. For often we're in a wetland already, so we'll need to actually permit the activity that we're proposing to do. Once we get to a point where Nova Scotia Environment have kind of agreed with our concept of work and that we're happy with the objectives of the project, what we do is we formalize an actual landowner agreement. And this is more of a substantial landowner agreement than the access agreement. And really, this is just a document between a landowner and my company, McCallum Environmental, that documents the responsibilities of each party. And one of the main aspects of the landowner agreement is that the landowner agrees to protect the land and any structures or features that we would build within the land, so that the viability of the restoration or enhancement project remains intact, and that the land is now no longer used for agriculture or for a kind of a commercial perspective. It's really set aside land, and that's what the landowner is agreeing to. I think it's important to kind of mention that it isn't a land donation situation where there are other companies like Ducks Unlimited you guys have probably worked with or heard of before, that more often they're donated land or they purchase land. Our model is slightly different. We don't take ownership of land. The landowner remains the owner. They're just committing to protecting that land through this landowner agreement with us, and the fact that Nova Scotia Environment are going to recognize this piece of wetland as a compensation project. So McCallum Environmental work with the landowners. We supervise the project, manage the whole thing. We obtain any contractors or any machine work that we need to be able to complete our project. We kind of work with landowners, but we're super negotiable. It's we work with landowners if we've worked with landowners who have their own machines that sometimes will pay to do the work that needs to be done. But ultimately, the design gets implemented as per the McCallum Environmental design that was sent to Nova Scotia Environment. So we look after everything. And then these projects, once they've been implemented, we do monitor them for 5 years after the project's been constructed. So the access for us has to be at least for 5 years after to monitor the success of the project. And we're on, McCallum Environmental are responsible for reporting, or any wetland restoration professional is responsible for reporting back to Nova Scotia Environment annually. Just to kind of keep them updated on and how the project looks really, and the success of meeting the objectives. After that 5-year period, if things are looking good and the wetland has kind of met its success criteria, then we look to get sign off from Nova Scotia Environment that project is complete. The landowner agreement that was signed with McCallum Environmental is still kind of in force. And that wetlands kind of, as I said, designated by Nova Scotia Environment as a compensated wetland, and no permits would ever be issued, at least under the current policy, to alter that wetland or change the conditions on that wetland in the future. So it in a sense is protected. So I'm going to run through some case studies here. Yeah, so I got good enough time here to probably get through them. I won't go through the science of them too much because I don't want to get bogged down in them too heavily. But this was our first project that we did in the Stewiacke Valley. You can see the Stewiacke River there. This was an old marsh that had been ditched out You can see the directions of the arrows there, showing the water flow through the ditching. And in essence, this field was used for hay, and the ditches were there to just a standard ditching network to dry this land out as much as possible. This particular landowner was not actively haying this field anymore. It was kind of marginal wet, and was more effort than what it was worth to kind of bring it back to any kind of commercial operation for them. So it kind of worked well for this particular landowner. And as well, he was very, he wanted the wildlife habitat back or enhanced across this landscape. You can just see the pictures there of general conditions with the ditching through the meadow. And really our objectives here on this site was that we wanted to restore the functions of the wetland, but we did also enhance it too. So we want to detain that water and storage capacity for a longer period of time. We wanted to create different water depths and conditions for wildlife habitat, especially water bird habitat that he was particularly interested in, the landowner. And then as a kind of a benefit as well, we would improve aquatic species support. So the ponded habitat would provide, habitat for turtles, and as well as reptiles and birds, amphibians. So as part of our baseline work, which I discussed earlier, we actually did quite a lot of in-depth work on this site, albeit at the end of the day, it ends up being a simple project, but to make sure it's going to work, we have to do surveying to ensure we've got the topography right. We know where our outflow points are, where we need and how we need to manage the water. So we did flooding models and hydrological work and our baseline work with vegetation and soil pits to just understand what the conditions are like at baseline and fuel our design process and objectives for the project. So based on all of that information, we came up with a project that we would manage the water at the spillway location, which is identified by the star in the top left-hand corner of the image there. In order to enhance the wetland through more standing water, we did decide to construct what we call a shallow berm, a vegetated berm, which was really just a clay-derived berm that we use spoil material from those constructed ponds along the yellow line there, which represents the berm. The ponds were created to enhance the habitat, so we used the soil, which was deemed suitable to make this berm. And then we actually, as some more enhancement work, we designed these ponds, large ponds that we excavated actually in the winter during frozen conditions, and they connected in some water. We brought some ditch water from the access road there in through the ponds and set the elevation of our spillway to the desired design height of where we wanted our water levels to be across the field. So this is just a view looking towards the berm, which is at the far end of the picture. You can see where that water depth is at its greatest up there, with the near shot being the ponds that we actually excavated. You can see the remnants of the old ditching there. And the tractor trail just at the bottom of the picture, that's kind of the extent of the compensation area from the tractor trail to the berm at the top end. And just a view from the other end, you can see the berm is fully vegetated, and down by the truck in the lower section of the picture, you can just see the rocky spillway, which is the outflow of the water. One of the things that we look to do in all of our projects is ensure that these projects are stable, and that they're really going to built to last through 1 in 100-year storm events, that they're not just going to kind of fall apart. So we do use an engineer as well as part of our design team to spec out materials and design so that these things are going to last and really don't need minimal to no maintenance. We don't really want any of our structures to have to be maintained by anyone. Just another view down alongside the vegetated berm. The water birds, waterfowl really love this spot. This project is actually just on the other side of the Stewiacke River from the Cove Road project, which is Cove Road indicated there. That's the project we just looked at. The Otterbrook project on the other side, slightly different, this one. This is one that is sitting in a floodplain scenario of the Stewiacke, but also of Otterbrook itself, which feeds the Stewiacke River. We'll see on the next few slides the dynamics of water going on at this site was quite tricky to work with. This is just an old image of 1938 that shows how active this agricultural area was, and that we had drainage systems and ditching coming through the system. You can see Otterbrook draining from north to south down towards the Stewiacke River. This one here shows the ditching and the water flow, movement of water flow, and it's kind of cyclical in a way. When the Stewiacke River backs up, it backs up into the project just like a regular floodplain would do. But we're also providing water from the Otterbrook from upstream. So water's kind of coming at this site from all angles. The main flow of ditching is from north to south there, and then out to the Otterbrook to the west, following those yellow arrows. But it's somewhat water coming in from the bottom and the top, which made this an interesting design. This is just an aerial image before we started. You can see that in 2018 it was still being actively used for haying, but over the years it kind of became a little weedy, and the landowner was happy to kind of give this up. As far as objectives were concerned, some of them similar to the first project we looked at there. We want to improve the water detention, but instead of flooding this out, we wanted it to act more like a regular floodplain. And so floodplains are often dry in the summer and wetter when they have flooding rivers and backup of water. So we wanted to see that more in this one, rather than just having more of a kind of a forced berm type backup of water. This will kind of look at more of a true restoration, as close as you can get anyhow, to restoring the natural function of that landscape. And then we did some habitat work with some more pools to create the variable habitat types for the wildlife and waterfowl and amphibians and reptiles again. But we're actually expecting this one to kind of grow in, naturalize, and potentially grow in some shrubbery that will provide nesting habitat for some nesting bird habitat that we see in adjacent lands next to this site. So this design was it's on the northern end of the site. We in agreement with the landowner, we designed a kind of another shallowish berm that really offered a dual purpose as being a tractor trail access for them to get from one side to the other. And now again, this site in the spring and during the winter is inaccessible anyways. It's just flooded out, but in the summer it gets quite dry. So that trail provides access for them over to the woodlot to the west. But it also serves as a purpose of preventing water to back up into the northern property, which is not owned by, we had no permission to work on. So that's also important, is that we can't affect drainage or conditions on a landowner that's not participating. The shallow berm at the bottom was literally a foot high, just to ensure that we weren't going to lose any water at elevations that we didn't want to lose it at. We have a main control structure, which is the overflow structure. I'll show you some pictures, and basically that's the elevation where water outflow from our project site, and we plugged the ditches up that were present. So this was really kind of early on in construction. You can see at the bottom of the picture the construction of the tractor trail across to the woodlot and the excavation of the ponds along the tree line there. From the other end of the site, you can see we're filling in those ditches that were draining that water out of the field. And again, a bit more comprehensive look at the ditch plugs at the top of the picture. You can see the main ditch that kind of goes from south to north towards the Stewiacke River. That's the main the main outflow of water that we were looking to manage. And the method that we would use to manage that would be a clay-built ditch block. So this was the clay that we'd actually excavate the main ditch out and build a clay infill into that ditch to the desired elevation for the spill for the weir, and then that would actually be rock lined to be made stable for longevity. We'll see a picture of that on the next slide here. This is kind of how we leave the site initially, and this all kind of passively regrows back in. It's already doing a great job at kind of revegetating. This is the spillway, the rockline spillway, where the water will drain through at the elevation that we're looking for. So in November 2021, when we'd finished, you can see how the water's kind of backing up there, you know, at a wetter time of the year. During September, it was looking like that. Actually, this was the year that we finished it. So you can just see the tractor trail is pretty much greened in at the bottom. Our objective is to get our features vegetated as quickly as we can to stabilize them. And we're expecting that once we go out this year, we're going to see it really kind of come in and be stabilized and vegetated throughout. And these are just some pictures of some of the angles across the field in September last year. And you can see that the outflow structure with the rock is actually really dry at that time of the year. The water doesn't drain out. That really manages the water when the river's back flooding into the floodplain. That's when that comes into play. The next one we're going to look at here is I'll try and skip through quick because I'm probably running out of time, but the Garden of Eden project, which is near Eden Lake in Pictou County. This project is a piece of land adjacent to the Moose River, which is a nesting, very significant wood turtle nesting river. You can see that back in 1948, this area looked quite wet, floodplain piece of land. And then in 1979, you can see that the ditching that was put in to drain that land and make this land more of an agricultural use. It was used for haying predominantly. In 2019, the landowner hasn't been using it for a long time, but the drainage was still occurring, but you can see the shrubbery coming back in. But there's really a network of drains kind of in this field that drain directly into the Moose River. This just shows an aerial imagery of the Moose River there, and the ditches, you can't quite see them. They're in the orders there, but the general direction of flow there with the blue arrows. So the objectives for this particular site was that we wanted to decelerate that drainage of water from the site. We look at hydrographs and hydrology, and we look at how we want to kind of change the way that hydrograph there would look once we manage the outflow from the ditch. We want those peaks and troughs to be more well-rounded, being in a floodplain, so that floodplain is holding the water for a longer period of time, especially during the growing season, which is the summer period. But in tandem, we were going to enhance the fish habitat in the ditches, because the ditches were often drying out in the summer actually and stranding fish. So our work was going to actually kind of improve that situation. The older shrubs would be expected to come back and recolonize, which is really great wood turtle habitat for their thermoregulation and foraging habitat for the wood turtles. And as well, just protecting that land is valuable for the wood turtles, of which we actually saw quite a few on the site, which is unusual to see them that often, even for us biologists. The plan for this site was actually quite straightforward. In essence, the pink blobs along the ditch in the middle are called boulder clusters, and we designed these to be set to back the water up the ditch network. The ultimate control of water in this ditch would be the turquoise blob at the end there, the connection with the Moose River, which would be set again at an elevation that was more natural to the surrounding topography. And then the yellow blob is along the property line, and that was just some low spots that had been kind of dug out to drain this land historically that we needed to kind of level off. These are just some images of the boulder clusters along the main ditch there that kind of pull up the water behind them and kind of maintain our hydrological objectives. We actually, we completed this project in September 2022 last year, and I went out in November and saw 2 mating wood turtles in the little pool behind the boulder cluster here. It was pretty neat. This is the main spillway that before it hits the Moose River. You can see how we, in the top right picture, we build it up with the clay infill similar to the last one, and then provided this weir outflow kind of setup that allows it's stable and really shouldn't be going anywhere. This was, I think, a week or 2 after our big storm last year. There was a few bits and pieces that we had to kind of fix, but otherwise it survived really well, considering it was a freshly built structure. So we'll be going out this April to review this site and see what it's looking like. And then finally, the final case study here is a different type of project. This is near Antigonish. It's you can see in the red blob is the site there. This site in 1964 was a fen wetland. You can see the watercourse, low growing shrub habitat. And then just kind of train your eye to where that red line is at the western extent of the blue polygon. You can see a road was built across that in 1997 for adjacent forestry activity and clear cut. And that led to the eventual blocking. It was probably an improperly installed culvert there and beaver activity, causing this backup of water and flooding of this fen wetland, was really changing the dynamics and characteristics of this wetland. These are just a few photos of what that looked like before we started our work. You can see that the culvert was on the left-hand picture was kind of not working properly. There was a relic beaver dam in there, and it was causing this flooding in the wetland, which had killed the trees and changed the function of this wetland. It was also preventing fish passage as well to the upstream environment. So the objectives of this one, we wanted to restore that natural hydrology and vegetation, bring back that fen habitat. It's quite simple, really. You know, we wanted the drainage to be kind of returned to what it would have been naturally. And then that in turn would provide the permanent fish passage as well, which was kind of an extra benefit. We had to dewater that pond slowly so we weren't affecting the downstream environment. And then the negotiation with the landowner on this one was that we'd widen and improve his road so that he could actually cross over with vehicles to use the woodlot on the other side for potential uses in the future. We also installed a beaver cage, which you can see on the engineer drawing here, which would help to prevent future beaver damming of this particular road and culvert. So it ended up being a really nice road. So this particular landowner, you know, he got paid for use of the land, but he also got a new road out of it as well. So that was the benefit to him. A nice stable road that was constructed and designed by an engineer and constructed properly. We finished this in late into the fall, middle of fall. So we started to see some snow here, but you can just see the beaver cage there on the culvert. And you can already see that the stream was starting to come back to its original kind of course. And really looking forward to looking at this year once this all starts to green up and kind of look like a normal, start to restore to a normal fen wetland. Just another view from the other end. And another one from above the new road. And that's it. So probably a little different for everyone, but I'm hoping that maybe you've at least learned something here about what we do. And if there are any folks interested in talking to me now or after in the future, I'd love to hear from you. My information is there on the slide. The benefits, I guess, that we can offer landowners are financial benefits, as well as other aspects that we can negotiate on a project-specific basis with landowners. So we're open to all options and super flexible. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Andy. That was great. I've driven by your project in Otterbrook quite a few times. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so yeah, it's nice to learn a little bit more about what you guys do, and I'm sure everyone kind of appreciates a different point of view from what we've been having all of our other speakers talk about.
Yeah, for sure. And it's often people do wonder what we're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you guys doing in that field? And so, yeah, so hopefully when you see that type of thing, you kind of know now what we are doing.
Yeah, no, that's great. All right, does anyone have any questions for Andy? I don't see any in the chat.
No. It's the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Good.
Well,
all right.
That's it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Perfect. No worries. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I'll share my screen here in a second with the CEU code. All right, so everyone should be able to see that. And just a reminder that you will receive an email shortly after we end the session here today with a link to fill out everything for your pesticide points for each session that you attended today. And thank you guys all for joining us.